Hello everyone and welcome back to the Albert Inn where we play TTRPGs and have a hoot. Hopefully you all had a wonderful little Sunday off last week. We know we did. Well, good grief.
Lord, what is happening?
I breathed in just the slightest bit. And my weekly little inhale. Inhale correctly, people. Don't inhale your spit. It's bad for you.
There's bones in the air, guys. Be careful.
Yeah, apparently. Yikes. Wow. Well, the sickness abound. Many of us actually got a little sicky a few weeks ago. And some of us still are. But we're recovering. Yay. And alive still. Yay. Hopefully you all had a wonderful Halloween. And, hey, happy bonfire night. Happy Guy Fawkes Day.
Yeah.
Burn those effigies safely. And if you don't have an effigy to burn, then form your food in it and eat it. Devour it. Safely.
Make an effigy, burn it unsafely.
And the
You
Parliament
can have a
is
little
made of
arson
good tinder.
as a treat.
We
As a treat.
we encourage safety foremost, but who needs a fire?
And no arson.
No arson. No arson at all. Not a single
We are
bit
the
of it.
all in follow the law.
It's fine when Guy
Absolutely.
Fawkes does it, but when Irish people put on masks and start doing it, suddenly it's an issue.
Moving
Suddenly
on.
it's an issue.
It was an
Tuesday.
issue when Guy Fawkes did it in the first place. That's why
And
we
he
burn
got
him
burned
each year.
alive. Yeah.
Tuesday is the next day of Heroes Feast. It is going to be day 6. We are going to have some fun on that one. There's a few questions that you can always go and answer, and some wonderful engagement to get pre-engaged in, and then get engaged in during the session. It's just to sit down and chit-chat. The wonderful Ben over there is sitting there. He's one of the hosts for that, and then there's me, and then we got Smokey as well. That's going to be happening on November 7th. That's 8 p.m. As for Thursday, there's nothing for Thursday. It's the week off of Bloodheim, but things are ramping up very much for that. Oh boy. Milikuti boy. Hello, he's knocked and he's here. Saturday is nothing. The miniseries is done, but the next one, don't worry, is right around the corner in January. So I can say next year. Oh boy.
No Christmas one shot.
There will be a wonderful, that is my next lineup, but don't worry, before the miniseries is our one-shot season in December. We will have a series of little mini one-shots, bringing in some various guests here and there, and we will also have our yearly Christmas one-shot, a holiday one-shot. Last year's was 6.5 hours long. I don't expect this one to be that long, but hopefully I'll be able to get some of the same people from that one in again, because we had a hoot.
Buckle up.
Yeah, we might do a follow-up, because everybody knows we all need more Binkatel. We don't. Please spare me. That was the one who played him. Other announcements. T-shirts. You can always go to our merch store and get our wonderful little T-shirts. I'm wearing Zora today. Here, I can make Zora do a little dance. Hello, my name is Zara. I am a changeling. I ship into little tiny work boys, and I fool people into giving me their signatures. That's a little recap
canon.
for you as well. That's canon.
Can.
You can go get stuff like that and do fun things like that as well with our faces. Over at the store, which has been posted, I believe. Oh, Tangerine, you missed it. Yeah, you're slacking a little bit. That's okay. You'll have more chances throughout. Way to reclaim your throne, alienated ape.
Time to make some friends.
I think
Yep.
it's time to make some friends. We started off. We ended off in a situation where we were about to do just that. So, let's roll that intro.
battles have yet to begin. Laughter will be heard in gales and floods, but if not, at least there will be blood. The sorrow and loss may abound. We'll do our best to hold this hallowed ground.
Hello everyone and welcome back. Last time on Chronicles of Nathriel, Iridai, it's been 2 weeks. I need to remember these things myself because they did a lot. Oh boy, I have a couple of pages of notes. Right, where to begin? So, first off, they did a little relaxing, a little quiet and nippy-nap at the very beginning of the day, and then they came across a plan of action. First, they planned to frame Drick as being a fake Ultian for this whole time, and they concluded at the end of it that the death of the identity Voltian is not acceptable, so there has to be a fake Ultian, which added the twist where they need to plan
Which
for
was
the...
Carla.
Yes, I'm getting around to that. Where they have to get the redemption of the name as well, clear his name basically at the same time. Through the course of the day, they had some information come through one of the nightly information gathering times that the other crew takes care of. They learnt that Drick is seen quite often drinking with his crew out at night. So Ultian, realizing that he's got a bit too clean of an alibi, they shifted the plan to frame Carla instead. So they needed a little bit of a script and handwriting, so they went off on a little plan. At first, wanting to go meet Drick, but the society around met Schnozboop's attempts to smooth the things over with the clerk at the mercenary den basically for naught, until Ultian went through with the final action of greasing the palm, something you have to do with everyone in Grantina in order to get anything running. Can't just be a charisma check here, unfortunately. It's like a lair action. It's an economic existence. To get anything done, you gotta pay them. But you can decrease that amount by smoothing them, which it was very cheap because he smoothed them.
Like
They got that wonderful signature through some delightful shift plays from Zora. The first time we're seeing them utilize their changeling aspects in a beneficial way for themselves, going in, bumping into Carla, and getting a signature from them. Smoothed, like smoothed things over.
Like
Schmoozed is another way of it. Like crinkled edges. If a conversation is all crinkled, the energy is static. Another way of saying it. Smoothing it over is like flattening out the surface, making everything calm, like the smoothness of a puddle that's not been disturbed for a while. The English language is great, isn't it?
It is.
The best.
BT the whole time was doing some wonderful things of wandering around by themselves. Steel Predator in Grantina. A lot of people scared and terrified got scared off from a lot of the lifts as they openly stood and watched. A thing they learned quickly is not acceptable for things of their kind, for reasons of they're usually there to hunt and kill. They don't like that. However, they learnt a lot and eventually ran into Drick themselves, standing there with a sign saying, "For rent." Little questioning, little attempts at intimidation. Probably more information was given to BT than he even received himself. But eventually they all met up over the night. Skipping over quite a bit, but hey, that was a lot. With a notification that the mayor would like to talk to them in one of the outposts outside of the city. They traveled to that destination at night, at the time requested, entered into this nearly abandoned, well, fully abandoned at this point. A new one's been erected to watch over this area. The structures are all crumbling down, and wandering into it, eventually find yourselves into a room where there's a light, and you hear the clicking and clocking of hooves on stone surface. As a centaur comes around the corner and reveals himself. I'm trying to remember the accent now. And he says, "You'd be the guild group The Hand, yeah?"
Yeah, that is definitely who we are. Who are you?
I'm the mayor of Zellum.
Oh.
Well, in that case, it's a delight to meet you. I'm Snozboop.
It is a delight to meet you as well, I suppose.
How can we assist you, Your Honor?
Oh, Your Honor, no, please. I don't like that. Sits wrong inside the mouth, you know, Your Honor.
Fair enough. How can we assist you, Your Dishonor?
I see the point. Vartil Ivy Branch is the name you can be calling me.
Ah, very good. Bartil Olive Branch.
Close enough.
Do you own a garden?
Yes, actually, I do. I have my own up in the 3rd tier. Very well taken care of.
Well, very good. I'm Snozboop. These are my companions of the hand. I'm sure they can introduce themselves.
I'm Zaraventul. I like hanging out and shooting things with arrows.
BT.
Oh, that's it. There's usually numbers that follow after.
Iflasikatan?
Why were we summoned?
An excellent question.
It's a very strange name.
This is my friend. You can just call him my friend at this point.
But he's not my friend.
Oh, he's not your friend. He's mine. You can just refer to him as Snozboop's friend.
Well, you are here on mission. I was receiving of that, yes. But it was unclearly written.
As far as what our mission is?
Yes. Said you would take
yes.
care of the Ultian.
Yes, yes. So, and friends, interrupt if I'm saying this incorrectly here, but, a month or two ago, we believe that the original Ultian, left Zellum, for reasons unknown, and was replaced by copycats, which perpetrated the deplorable deeds of destroying that orphanage, plus various other vandalisms. So we are here to discover those copycats, or copycat as it may be, and bring them to justice. And we are hot on their tail already.
What evidence do you have for this?
Which part?
His right eyebrow just cocks at that. All of it.
Well, although I did say we are hot on this trail, I did not want to. In places such as this, it is perhaps better to keep the plan close to one's chest until it is fully embraced. There are still some steps ahead that need to be taken care of before evidence can be brought. But I assure you, once that evidence is recovered, it will be brought to the authorities, yourself included, of course, so that the individual or individuals can be brought to the justice of the city.
What authorities would you be bringing it to?
You, or the police?
There are no police here. There are only mercenaries. People.
Fair enough. We can bring the individuals to you if you'd prefer.
This gift business is new to me. I'm not very familiar with it. I am the mayor. I could. Yes. Where are you staying?
We are staying in a location that is hidden from the eye, so as to bring a less notice to the, we'll say, target. But if you'd like to meet us somewhere, we can surely meet you anywhere that is convenient for you.
No, I need to be keeping appearances. It is insulting this entire place, how it works. It makes my
If
skin
it's
crawl.
helpful, we have been in, what was that inn we were in earlier today?
I say the name of it. Player does not remember, but character surely does.
Are you talking about charters?
The place where we talked to the one fella.
Smolder?
Yes.
Yeah, that's charters.
Yeah, charters. Yeah. We're aware of charters. We were there just today, so a meeting there would not be atypical necessarily.
I am unable to move about in the dredges in an acceptable way because of my position. But there is someone who I know who can. He can meet you down there. I will have something for you.
Ah, very good.
You will need it in order to get up to me and to report this fake Ultian you are talking about.
Excellent. Very good. That sounds delightful. Should we say, it's nighttime now, so why don't we say 8 a.m. at Charters?
You will be there.
Very good. I will be there, definitely. My friends may or may not, depending on, schedules and evidence gathering.
Have BT with you. It will be the easiest way for him to recognize you.
An excellent thought. An excellent thought. Anything else, Mr. Vartil Olive Branch?
Olive Branch. He pulls out a little piece of paper and writes something down quickly.
An interesting name, as olive branches are typically, in many areas, signs of peace, which I'm sure Zellum could use some.
Ah, yes. Well, my surname is Ivy Branch, which is something that is more invasive than anything else.
Much different.
Much, much different. Well, the only last thing is if you are willing to ever actually include myself and those who are on the side of freeing the city of corruption, then you know how to reach me. Each day in the morning, he will be there at Charters. If you have anything to give to him, and if
I
I have
assume
anything
this
to give to you,
individual is of the utmost trustworthiness.
he came with me into the office. He is not one that was inherited.
Can we get a
How-
name or a description of this person?
Correct. How will we identify?
Just have to double check on his spelling quickly.
Oh, love a good spell check. Makes me think of Clippy.
There you go. There's his spelling.
Oh my god, I was wrong. I was so wrong.
You got the the kind of general sound of it, right?
Also, is it
Modest
still
effort.
353?
It's the night of 353. For the hour, it's 363, because you've passed midnight. But yeah,
It's night of.
yeah, it's
Okay.
night of. Technicalities. So right, yes, description and name. Describing. Well, he usually wears his captain's garb, but for this he will need to be reassigned for a while. I would tell him to wear a red scarf.
Very good. Red scarf, easy enough.
You will recognize his tone, BT. He's the one who engaged you inside the first location you sat in front of for a while. Honest man.
Okay.
Very good. BT and I will be there
Insight.
to meet this individual. Yeah, I mean, Snozboot, I assume, wants to do a different insight than Ultian, but he would like to get a general sense of this person's trustworthiness.
Sure. Alright. What's your insight for Altian?
Any lies at all?
Lies, okay. Deception.
18.
Deceit. 18 is good enough to get something. I didn't have anything good for that one.
It's a great
Just had
song.
to- Yeah. Okay, so, what'd you get, Snozbeep?
Well, I would have to roll first, but let's see. It's a 19.
An 18 and a 19. Okay. Altine for the lies. Nothing he said was a lie. But he's obviously only telling you everything you need to know.
All right.
For Noseboop trustworthiness, all the people you've talked to here, he's probably the most trustworthy feeling person. Like, he's matter-of-facting everything up front. He's saying it straightforward. His body posture is... It's official, but also very open. He's being honest and truthful.
Nice.
There's also
In
a
that case.
hint of amusement.
In that case, Snozboop will follow up. I assume he's, looking to leave. And says, a quick question for you, Vartil. And of course, we've known each other for all of 90 seconds now. But if I may, how did a person such as yourself become a mayor of a place like this?
Give me a persuasion check. Now's the time to roll, if any.
I don't think I'm going to convince him. That's a 15.
15. Okay. You were right to say we only know each other for 90 seconds. You do not trust me yet. I do not trust you yet. Perhaps that is a question you can ask me in the future.
I look forward to it.
At the end of that, there with your insights as well, Ultian and Shinozabub, there's a... It doesn't seem like he can actually change his tone. He could be having the happiest day of his life and you'll probably still sound just angry or a little serious.
Oh, we had another friend like
way.
that.
Yeah.
Peleus.
Now, it is late. I need to make it to the 3rd tier without being seen.
Having a wonderful evening there. We'll talk soon, I'm sure.
Oh, the name as well. Monty, the captain of the guard. One you'll be looking for at Charters. Red scarf by the name Monty. It's not his real name, of course, but it is the one you'll use.
Perfect.
This is so set up. I'm sorry. But we're going to go get a Monte Cristo at the Olive Garden. Anyway.
Very good.
You hurt your back stretching for that one. I heard it.
Thank you so much.
We'll
That
let
was
the mayor
beautiful.
leave. And then I'll turn to Ultian and say, that seemed to go wellish. Thoughts?
Not at the moment. He didn't lie. But I don't trust him.
But in
Trust
fairness, Ultian,
me.
do you even trust me? And we're best friends.
If you say so.
At that, Teffy looks up, alarmed, startled, looks at Snozzboop and says, I thought we were best friends.
Of course we are, Teffy.
I thought what we had was special.
Every best friendship is special.
She's just going to harumph and also sniff, like, condescendingly, and just turn away and cross her arms.
We should get back.
Lead the way.
Heading on back.
Very quickly.
Yeah.
You said it's past midnight already, yeah?
Yeah, it's like, he said meet at 1 a.m. That took less than 10 minutes. It was very prompt, very quick.
All right. Along the way, I'm going to tell you guys to continue on because I'm going to go check on the interceptor. It's been a couple days. I want to go check on my lady. So I'll probably be an hour or two later. Getting back.
Going
Does
back.
he say why he says he's going to leave?
I do.
Okay. Teffy will say, can I come with you? I
Sure.
need some distance from a certain lying so-and-so, claiming that we're best friends, but then that we're not best friends.
Oh.
You do realize that people are allowed more than one best friend, yes?
No.
Okay. Sure.
Yep.
Cool. Teffy
We
comes with
separate
to
from the
check on the
group.
vehicle.
Okay.
How long was the...
I'm going to continue. Go back to the hideout.
The hideout? Perfect.
how long was the red to spot? It was only like one line, right? And then I
Yeah,
had
it
to
was-
go back and.
One line and yep.
Well, it's only been what, 2 days? So. Anyway.
Yeah, you still got some
Wanna
time.
check on
That's something you can visit out later. Checking on it, there is a little tiny piece of paper with something written on the front, and with you and your rogue stuff, like it's easy to decrypt. It's kind of like a child's play encryption. It's from the captain, just where he's staying, the location. A little place called Burrows, just on the inner tier. And basically just an invitation to swing by whenever they have information.
Right.
A good indication that they are still actually keeping their word. They just headed here and arrived here before you.
What was it called again? Staying at.
Burrows. After this, I'm going to start asking you all to name them.
No. We all collectively refuse.
I mean, I'll name whatever you want. You just might not like
Nice.
the names.
Oh, I'm okay with this.
We're gonna
Make them
have
cheesy.
Gerald and Phyllis.
BT's restaurant, BT's inn, BT's.
Those are not accepted. So, no taking ownership of everything. I know cats do that.
But other than that,
Actually, no, I
everything's
could think
fine,
of a
right?
few where I can no, and never mind. I could actually accept that. I might actually name a few BT's restaurant, and come up with some. You know what? You got it. Okay, that exists
Bonus
now.
tangerine.
So once it gets there, back to the hideout, Snapswoop is going to take the signature paper and start practicing the signature. So he has that in place. This is probably the most important piece of anything.
How long are you gonna do that?
Probably give it an hour.
Okay. About 40 so minutes in. Just took a piece of my notebook off. What's wrong with me? Very softly in the back of your head, you hear Liam speak up a bit. What was that thing Claw told us? Well, I just heard.
He told me a lot of things.
The thing rogues do.
They have a secret language?
Yeah, and you speak in symbols.
Hard to see writings.
Have we checked for invisible ink yet?
I have not. How do I check?
I don't know.
Would Snozboop know?
There's a few tricks. Lemon juice, I think, is one. I'm trying to remember IRL now.
Juice?
Lemon juice could
Well,
work.
Lemon
Heat,
juice,
to
black
degree.
light,
Heat.
Blacklight, heat. Blacklight, I would say, is hard to come by, but we're in turn of the century and we're in Grantina, where a lot of strange little Arctech things come out.
Okay. Well, we'll try some light heat first, as that's
Yeah.
probably the easiest.
Yeah, there's probably like a candle right next to you on the desk that you're working
Yeah.
on this. Just
Checking
buying
it out.
a little heat. Give me a sleight of hand. Seeing as you're using flame, let's try not to catch this thing
Yeah,
on fire.
if you will allow me, I
Okay,
would like to make the DC harder
Oh boy.
and be more careful.
Harder and be more careful.
I want to be more careful. I want to make sure
Okay.
I do not catch it on fire. If that means it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. That's fine. We
Okay,
don't want to
okay,
catch it on
okay.
fire.
Okay.
Okay. Ooh. That is
Do you believe in
a
friendship?
Don't. also, don't forget, this is your gloves of thievery are for pickpocketing and thieving things around. There might be an argument made for allowing that +10 for this. But
I think that argument is good,
is
and you
sleight of
should
hand.
allow. It's so
It
slidey,
is
so
sleight of
handy.
hand.
so slidey. You know what? Because of your description, because the being very careful on here. Take the +10, but roll it at disadvantage.
Okay. That is.
Do you believe in friendship?
And do you want to inspire yourself?
Yeah, I do want to believe in friendship the most. Okay. Okay, either of those will do. That's gonna be a 29.
Oh boy.
Jeez. Didn't need the disadvantage, clearly.
My other roll was a 19. Also would have been a 32. So.
Godly.
Yeah, on it. While you're doing this, little moments, just waiting back and forth. You can feel some of the heat start to lick around the outer edges of your index fingers as you're holding it just a little too close for comfort. Then pull it back a little bit, and then this outline starts to show. And on it, you see what is hidden should remain so, and what is revealed should be removed.
Okay.
Thank you for being
Hit me.
my fan.
Hit me with that again, please.
Crap. That came out of the top of my head. How do I remember to say? What is hidden should remain... What is hidden should remain so. What is revealed should be removed. Feels like something she would say.
Thanks for being a
fan.
fan. What is hidden should remain so. What is revealed should be removed. Thanks for being a fan. Okay. Cool. Very good. Nice. Okay, great. And that is written in a normal way, just in invisible ink. That's not like secret codes or anything.
It's kind of... The lettering's scrambled in each word, but it's not super complex. Kind of like, you get the sense she kind of almost left a little bit of a puzzle for this orcish boy who just ran up and asked for her signature.
Nice. Okay. But that is to say, it would be her handwriting. Like,
Yeah.
I could duplicate this. Okay, cool. Excellent. In that case, I will lay the paper very carefully to the side and then run to the nearest hand friend and whoever that is and say, "Great news! I found a secret message on that autograph." I'm going to say it's
Feels
Zara.
like it would be Zara.
It would probably be
Yeah.
sorry, yeah.
That you got.
Wasn't
Excellent job on that, by the way, once again. So we don't need any additional evidence, any more additional samples. So we don't need to go steal anything else at this point. Would you mind spreading the word? And I'm going to get to work.
Let's do it.
On that note, during that
Do
time,
Teffy and I run into any trouble?
I have some thoughts for you too, but I need some. I want to figure out what Zora and Big Tin have been up to during that hour time frame. Have you all just been resting, relaxing, or where you've all been? It is fairly late, so it is kind of sleepy time.
I don't think I have a. Maybe I'm cleaning my rifle.
Taking good care of
Yeah,
that.
we'll clean our rifle because it's probably. I think it's been a while since we've done any maintenance on it. So
It's not so much that it's been a while, it's more the environment of anything. While you're cleaning your rifle, you're realizing sand gets everywhere.
oof, everyone hates sand. So sandy,
So sandy.
rough, coarse, gets everywhere.
I just remember that Teffy does genuinely actually hate sand.
Hmm.
Whoops.
Yeah, Grantina is entirely sand.
It's
That's
coarse. It gets everywhere.
rough. It gets everywhere. I
Not
did
just
this
the men,
myself.
but the women and the children too.
Oh, don't get me started on the tribes in the wild. Okay.
No, Teffy has actual reasons beyond just the Star Wars ones.
BT, what have you been up to? You are muted.
Yes, I am. I would say I'd probably just go do my roof thing.
Chilling on the roof.
Chill on the roof, keep an eye out on things, see what's going on.
Cool.
Sorry about that.
Right, you're on the roof, you're cleaning your rifle, you're preparing stuff. I'm gonna come back around to BT later. Altine and Teffy.
Do we run into anything?
A wall.
I love being back into the city.
A wall. You do run into something. While moving along in some of the streets, Altine, you will realize at some point you are being followed. There are
Well, then
three.
I relay that to Taffy.
There are three quiet figures hopping from roof to roof. The only reason you're catching them is because you're seeing the silhouette from whatever lights happen in other bits, and you catch a small little glint of a shadow passing by.
Okay. Well, I know this city well enough. I'm going to lead them in a direction that I can, like, get them to a point where I can interact with them, if you will. Might take some
With
double
friendship.
sleuthing here, you know? What are my options?
Okay. You're
I'm
about 20
trying to
minutes out.
surprise them without
Right, yeah. There's
letting them know.
definitely a place you can get up to that. There's the complication in this scenario would be a Teffy. Bit stumbly, bit loud. So how you handling that?
They do have their shoes. They have their boots.
Yes.
Can
which
Yeah,
are-
but
I-
she's also wearing chainmail.
The chainmail's still clinking around, but the footsteps aren't making any sound.
I'm going to use that to my advantage. I'm going to use the fact that Teffy is so loud and so noticeable. That way I don't have to rely on her sneaking around. I can just rely on my own.
Okay. The two of you, what kind of role do you want to make this then? As you set this trap, as you set up this this scene for them to hop in and you trap them, basically, how would you like it to look?
Okay. Tell me if this makes sense. I'll do a sneak and Teffy does a performance. Does that sound...
Teffy does a performance? Sure.
You know what I'm
Okay.
saying? Because
Right.
I'm using her as, like,
Bait.
not the distraction, but the bait. You know what I mean? So, like, it would have
I've
to
been
be a
told worse, they're
performance
better.
from her to look like, you know, she doesn't know. And then a sneak for me to get the jump on them, I think.
Okay, so you're almost doing this in a way where you might not even be telling Teffy
Yes.
what's going
Exactly.
on. Right. Just that there's people, but then at some random point walking out of the side. Just disappearing even from... Okay, cool. Altine, give me that sneak. For Teffy, I don't think this would be performance. It could... Well, you could make it performance, but you could also make it persuasion. Because he's also sneaking without you realizing. So there's shock of him being gone will be genuine. If you don't notice him.
Okay. Yeah, then it doesn't make a difference because the modifier is the same on both. But I'm gonna go with persuasion, I guess. Okay, and that is a d20. Okay, so that is a 9.
Okay. Right,
Okay,
Ultian.
well, I was a 28 on my sneak.
28, right.
Ooh.
So definitely, Ultian definitely disappears from sight. And this alleyway that you've walked from first, Tefi, it's a little moment of this isn't the way back. It's a little deviation. You're starting to double back and head back a little. A nice little clear indicator to them as well that they might have been spotted. And one of them does hop down the roof, Ultian. You'll notice this, and Tefi in front of you, that little T archway or that T junction. You could go left or right. A single, small, shorter figure steps out into the light, still obscuring the front end of his face. He's wearing a thick cloak of some kind. You can only really make out the exterior shape of the cloak and the hood that's covering his head. Out from the back as well, another one steps out. Both of them being quiet. For some reason, even though the light should be showing light into the front end of this guy, it's still appearing behind. More like a silhouette still. And from the top of the roof, you hear a voice. Oi. It seems that you've lost yourself your own companion. It's not been you that we want. It's him. So where'd he be going then?
Look, mate, I've got no idea. This has not been the best day for my friendships. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to level. It's not working out for me right now. So I have... And Tefi really has no idea where he went.
Very genuine. Well, he can't have been gone far. He was just with you.
He's a speedy man. I've got... I don't know. He's a sneaky one. Anyway, what's your name and where'd you come from?
I won't be giving you any of that information, but you can be telling him when he comes round again and shows his cowardly face that Moss McNinty wants to talk to him.
How'd you spell that
Pause
last one?
as I continue with that. I'm going to look into, because I forgot to pull this up, because of course I did. So 1 second. But continue.
Genuine. Okay, Moss McNinty. Okay. Tefi writes that down in her little notebook. She's like, alright, I'll let him know. I was about to ask if you could go back, but seems like you've got some sort of grudge. Care to elaborate on that? Just give him some context for why you're after him?
We'll be finding him again tomorrow. Around this time. Make yourself available or we'll be charging into that den of yours. He whistles off, and the two figures at either end depart. And he steps away from the top of the roof.
Tefi kind of chews awkwardly on the end of her pencil as she just looks around waiting to see where Ultian is. Because suffice it to say, Girly Pops does not know where she is right now. So she will not be able to get back to anywhere.
Very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
What are the odds that I was able to get up to the top of that roof with that 28 sneak?
With a 28, one on either side, one on top of the roof. Well, it is a 28 sneak. Depends on how. If you're using your grappling gun's a little quiet, but it leaves the chance of having to re-roll once you get up there again. So would you rather roll a climb or a...
I want to do it quickly, so I will risk the re-roll on stealth to get up there, because theatrically, I want him to turn around and me be standing right there.
Standing right there. That's cool. That's cool. No, the 28 will result in a factor of lowering the DC, basically.
Gotcha.
So it'll be taken into consideration because that was a good roll. But yeah, for moving and taking action with 3 of them around like this, I gotta ask for another one.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
Well, that's not as good. But I think I'll take it at this point. 19.
19? Okay.
Even if he does hear me, it will still be theatrical as my,
Yes. Right. As he turns around, Teffy, you're standing down there chewing at the end of your pencil, just genuinely wondering what just happened to Ulti and what just happened in general, basically. You knew people were following, but that was strange. Ulti, you're at the top, and he turns around, and you get a look. This is either a gnome or a halfling, something in that variation.
Gotcha.
And the front of his face is still covered in shadow, despite the orientation of it. Something about the cloak is keeping them shadowed and keeping them cloaked. Although you can see the front end of it lit up, still even with light. When he turns and stops, there's a little shift underneath his cloak. You have a high enough insight that he did not know you would be right behind him. But then it very quickly stops and... So, it's true then. The real one is back.
What do you want?
That's not information for me to be passing on. All I was told to tell you is that he wants to talk to you.
In being.
Moss McNinty.
Then why would he want to talk to me?
Same answers before, big boy.
Where?
Oh. This seems like good enough place. We'll just be coming here then.
A word of advice. You've all seemed to have forgotten whose city this is and who owns the shadows here. Don't ever sneak up on me again.
You can keep your quarrel for him. I don't answer to you. Takes his steps back.
I will take steps forward. I will keep the exact same distance.
Tuffy, while you're kind of looking around a little bit, you up at the top where that voice was coming from, the figure is coming back again. You can see the back of him taking another step back, one step closer to the edge. And the toes of his left foot are now reaching the back end of it.
Let me
New
ask you
lesson.
something.
Oh, by all means do ask. I love a good question.
Do you fly?
No, but I fall pretty good. And he takes us another step back. Teffy, what you would see is him falling backwards, and then this doorway, arcane doorway, just opening up, with him falling through it,
Boy.
and then closing. He never actually hits the ground.
Do I have time to do something very quickly?
You can try. It's more of a, what are you going to try to do?
Okay, I'm going to throw one of my daggers that has the U on it and I'm just trying to stick it into him as a calling card for wherever he's going.
Okay, cool. Give me an attack roll.
All right, I will. Probably not good enough. Oh no.
Oh no.
18.
18. Oh, actually.
As long as I get it through the door is really is really my concern.
Roll for damage.
Oh, okay. I shall.
Wait, no, I'm rolling the wrong dice.
Ooh. Oh. Do I get my sneak attack for this? I don't remember if I do.
No, not for this one. You didn't have
No.
advantage.
Didn't have advantage. Thought so. All right. That will be 6.
6.
A solid 6.
It flies out, comes directly towards his eye. You know it's going to hit. But these two fingers shoot out in between the cloak and just snag it. Right at last moment. As he falls back. He's quick. He's fast. And he just snatched your projectile from the air.
Well, let's see if he can snatch an explosion from the air. Anyway, as long as he's got the calling card, don't care.
He could have thrown it back, but I didn't. Yeah, he gets the point.
All right, I'm gonna glide back down to Teffy, and we're gonna go back. And I'm going to apologize. I'm going to say,
Sorry for not telling you, but I didn't exactly know what the situation was.
It's alright, it's understandable. Do you know that name? Moss McNinty?
Yes, unfortunately. One of the rival gang
Why is it
leaders.
all unfortunately with you? Why do you never know something positive?
Well, if I had positive news, he'd already be dead.
Teffy just takes a big, just a laboured sigh. All she wanted was to find some bees, and now she's dealing with, governmental nonsense.
He's the rival gang leader. I think he has something to offer me, or else we would have been attacked.
A rival gang leader? Are you implying that you've got your own gang?
No, I'm implying he's the rival gang leader to carry.
Okay, interesting. Alright then. Have we at this point investigated the vehicle, making sure that it's doing alright and all that?
It's doing fine, yeah. Yeah, you got the note from the pirates on that as well.
It was on the... Okay, cool.
Yeah, it was on the vehicle.
In that case, Tuffy is going to yawn now, and say, if you don't have anyone else following us, do you mind taking us back to, our chambers so I can actually, catch some shut-eye before it's rinse and repeat the next day?
I just nod my head and start walking.
Okay. Before they get back, BT, the time you've been waiting and watching as well, there's been analysis going on the whole time as well, processing of the information from that previous piece.
Mm-hmm.
There's something embedded inside of it that you haven't been able to get at because there's a lot of... This piece didn't mature the same way. This piece of living metal that you absorbed didn't mature the same way you did. We can call it akin to corruption. Got a little scrubbing and cleaning to do, but during the moment of watching, there is a little indicator to you that part of it's been analyzed and is ready for viewing.
Okay.
It's like a doorway in your head of, would you like to open this door of knowledge?
Have we taken the proper precautions, firewalls and stuff? Sandbox environment, whatever I can create.
Taking a moment, like isolating that little piece. It's a little merged, for lack of better terminal. I mean, we're talking about some kind of biomechanical metal here. It's complex. That's sort of a current human understanding, so we got to get a little creative with it. But yeah, you got your necessary precautions put in place.
Okay, view it.
Your sight. Are these tunes good enough? What? You know what? Maybe. Nah, they're good. Sight shifts to a clean, marbled ground, marbled surface around. It's pure white in here. There's not even a speck of dirt around. And in front, there's this very intricate arcane device of some kind. And a large orc in sight. He looks skinnier than they usually would look. He's got these modest little glasses in front of his face. And he's leaning very heavily on a cane in front of him. And if you're seeing this, then the time has actually finally come. Hopefully by now you're matured. It's been a little difficult balancing the materials to make what you're made of. But I think I got it where it needs to be. You may be able to tell through the years, this whole escapade's not been kind. I've worked hard for my cause. And I only hope that I have done enough. By this point, people are either calling me a revolutionary, he gets closer to this device, or a fanatic. And all honestly, given all I've done, I'm believing fanatic. All the same, I did not come in this for reputation. I came in for the survival of our world. Steps into the device. From what I have done, a birth of something new can come true. And all you need to do is find me. Somewhere embedded deep, he starts to lie down. There's a protocol called Oasis. It'll help you find where this is. Oh, I don't know which one you are. 1 through 10. Doesn't matter. As long as you do what you were made to do. That's all I ask. I look forward to meeting you. Sorry for everything you've learned. I hope you don't see me the fanatic they call me. And his eyes close and the machine shuts. And just as it does, the inside of this capsule bursts into this red mist, and you can hear the clacking around of bones on the inside before the recording ends.
Was it those bone things?
Yeah, you've had enough experience with bone flappers.
Bone flappers. Okay, so he died of bone flappers inside a machine. Is this a recording and it's over now?
It looks.
Or is this an environment that I can still be in?
Oh, that's a fun thought. I think it's feasible you might be able to freeze frame per se and examine more detailed the environment that was within the recording, because it looks as though it was like this thing used to capture a certain aspect from orientation.
Okay, freeze, analyze. Look around the room, ish, as much as the view allows.
Okay, give me a. You know what? I'm going to pull one from your book. Give me a percentile dice.
Percentage dice, that works. Boom. Odd 5.
5? Oh boy. Okay. There's a lot of. You're getting maybe a small portion of whatever this room is. It's obviously a clean room of some kind. A lab room where they don't want any kind of major forms of dirt around.
Mm-hmm.
The thing he crawled into that closed up this glass encapsulation at the top, it's something strange. You would have some information of like a... I don't want to call it a stasis chamber because it's not a stasis. No, those things technically wouldn't exist, and you wouldn't have that information. There's arcane features to it that you wouldn't be able to tell through the recording. There are additions.
Right.
There's little writings and glyphs that would have an arcane feature to it that would describe and give you more detail what it is, but it's a very intricate thing that took a lot of time to put together. In a result, it doesn't preserve more, that it's more designed. I would say give me an... Oh, actually, no, you can do spells. Give me an Arcana check.
Okay. Actually not bad. That would be a dirty 20.
Ooh, dirty 20. One of them you can tell is meant to capture someone. For player knowledge, it's the magic jar. It's where it pulls that person into it and puts something in place of their body, but in this case, it's only one aspect of it. It's the pulling. This machine isn't designed to preserve, it's designed to pull or capture what is akin to the soul.
Yeah, he uploaded himself.
Yeah. That's a way of putting it. He uploaded himself somewhere.
So his body's dead from the bone flappers, but he might still be semi-conscious somewhere. In a way, in a fashion.
For the 5%, I will also give you, there's a portion of a desk on the side that's captured within the framework. It's a work desk that probably wasn't meant to be captured in this. But portion of a book with small little... a small portion of a diagram you can see, and it looks as though a detailed drawing of the right limbs, the right hand and the right leg of a humanoid being of some kind. the last person you warded to was a Gruntinan.
Mm-hmm.
So parts of the script will make sense. But it's old Gruntinan. So it's kind of, there's some difficulty in translating, but it looks to be a very detailed dissection of the right limbs of a mechanical kind of being, like design schematics.
Something way more evolved than me. I mean, I can tell it's not a design of my arm, so
Yeah, it's definitely not designed like you.
it's more humanoid. So we have an android cyborg possibly running around. Interesting. Is there any familiarity from the orc itself? Is there a name anywhere written down?
There is enough of a name, well, an abbreviation of letters to you. Yeah, well, I mean, it's a 5%. Okay, yeah. This was Altar. I can't remember the first name I gave him. You would know him by his true name, though.
Okay.
George Wilkins.
The creator.
And this is the guy who created you.
Yeah. Huh.
After thinking for a moment, you see Altian and Taffy wandering back to the building.
Well then, does it feel like there's more information to be processed out of this piece of living metal?
There it is.
Okay. I will continue processing that and also start a search, not a open, but a search for this subroutine of the Oasis.
Awesome. Okay. There is another little thing that comes with the processing of this, and it's part of absorbing new pieces of metal. You can, at this point, choose one damage type and gain resistance to it.
Is it choosing forever?
Choosing forever.
Choose now?
Make a good
You
decision.
can take some time.
Okay.
But it'll have to be before next combat, though.
Well, since I am a mechanical being and things kind of do also run on statistics, right now statistically I've taken more slashing damage than anything else, so I will choose slashing.
Awesome. You have resistance to slashing damage.
How does that affect my normal progression of the slashing damage resistance? Does that just automatically take it to the next level and I keep counting from there, or
I would say yeah. Probably. Just take it to the next level.
take it to the level for resistance, which is actually I think 2 levels up.
Let's do that, I think. No, yeah, level for resistance. That's what I was thinking, so let's do that. I'm remembering the charts done in the head now.
Okay.
Do it. Okay. Schnauzboop.
Yeah, so once he finds the
Whoa.
note, Snotspoop will start making forgeries, detailing. He'll be basically writing. He will make two separate kinds. One will be basically a diary from Carla's point of view. It's Carla, right? Carla.
Yeah.
And so he'll be basically making up some information and then sprinkling in her involvement in these various crimes that have been perpetrated. Which she would have gotten that information from the stealthy gal of the Olton Knights. And then the other would be some more loose leaf documents with schematics, basically planning paper for upcoming heists and or vandalism. And we're not going to sign everything, but we are going to use the signature a fair amount. Also, we are going to attempt to use this invisible ink to put in what is hidden should remain so, what is revealed should be removed, kind of throughout. As sort of a calling card motto type thing. And I will inspire myself as much as necessary throughout the. So it's not just gonna stay up all night doing this until 8 a.m. when he needs to be at the other place.
You will be taking a level of exhaustion by doing that.
Sure.
Cool. Go ahead. Give me your. I'm gonna need just 2 for the basics, because I mean you've taken the time to practice the signature, so I'm not gonna need anything for that one. You're putting the motto in, so that'll help on raising the DC for people finding deception inside this, adding some consistency to it. So that's awesome. That's excellent.
Great.
And this is something your gloves will pertain to, so you do get that +10 because of your gloves. I'm regretting giving you those.
Don't regret it, just embrace. I'm going to double tap the do you believe in friendships as well.
Awesome.
For each.
Adding inspiration to each. Hey, weekly dog.
Okay, so the first one, not the best, but 24.
24. Okay.
And then the next is 26.
26. Those are some fairly good rolls. Very, very tasty.
So that's what he'd be doing whenever Ulti and Teffy show up. He will continue writing and whatnot, but let them know what's happened and what he's working on. So can you give me one sec? There's this ability that I have, and I've never used it. For mark of the scribing gnome, they have an ability when you make a history check or an ability check using calligrapher's supplies, you can roll d4 and add the number rolled to the ability check. Does that apply here?
We can make it apply here.
It is scribing, is it not?
It is a form of scribing, yeah. Let's do it.
Sweet. Okay, so that means that first roll, which was a 24, will instead be a 27. Nice. And the second roll, which was a 26, is a 29.
Excellent.
And also, additionally,
oh my,
this is more of a flavor thing. I'm going to be like wrinkling up the paper so that it looks used. It's not so it doesn't look like it's just been made. I want to be using the paper and ink from the area as well.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Excellent. Okie dokie. Awesome. Then in the morning, when the time comes for everyone to gather, Schnozboop will come out with this beautifully forged stack of paper. All of it looks like it's in the handwriting of Carla. Very well done. Stage 1 of forging the documents is complete. For the night, what did you... I think you had the Ultian Knights for the night. Check out that warehouse, I think it was?
I think so. It's been 2 weeks though.
Although they didn't need to
more recon.
look at the warehouse anymore because we didn't need to blow it up or whatever. Because we already
It's
have the
still good
documents we
recon.
needed.
But they didn't learn that until we had gotten
Until-
back. So
Yeah.
yeah, so they already did recon, but that's okay.
I already did recon for that. Why don't we have one of you roll for how their recon did?
What do you want me to roll?
Give me a D. No, give me a percentile.
Be careful, that's addictive.
I can already feel the coursing through my veins.
31.
Whoa. Oh no, this is a percentile. Okay, I thought you were rolling a d20. Wow. Okay, 31. They can confirm a few things that Smolder said. There are a total of 8 warehouses, and for 2 of them have direct access to the outside of Zellum. And their windows are completely boarded up. The other 6, the windows they can see into, and they're large piles of boxes and other little stacks in there, and they're far less secure. They were able to poke around in there a little bit, little rifles and other bits, kind of new tech stuff getting created and manufactured at a large range, which is not too surprising. It's Zellum, it's the manufacturing hub of Grantina. But the other 2 warehouses are usually not boarded up like that, and the security around them is far tighter than around everywhere else. They would come back with 31 saying there's something in there, we know there's something in there, but we couldn't get close enough.
I'm gonna tell everybody about what's his face here? Moss McNinty. How he sent his men to find me, and they did, and he wants a meeting of some sort tonight. I'm gonna tell the other group, the other party, that I'm gonna need all of them. Help me out with that.
Are we the other party?
No.
Oh.
Not the hand.
No, okay, cool.
The Ultian Knights. They did have a name, but I like that one better.
Knights
Yeah.
of Ultian.
The Knights of Ultian. We'll make a crew out of you. Anyway.
Just
okay,
so it said, when I'm saying Ultianites, I say it like Israelites.
Ah.
ITES at the end. The children of Ultian.
I kept thinking you were saying Ultian Knights, and I was like, oh, that's actually pretty suiting. How that works.
That's good too.
I'm also going to tell the hand and explain to the Ultianites about the captain, the pirate captain, and that he clearly has information for us. So we need to go collect that today. Okay, so this is both in-game and table talk.
Yep, it's time to do that.
Got a handful of things to do today. We need to seed out those forged papers a little bit, start putting those out into the public. We need to meet with the governor's right-hand man to give him some of those forged documents. We need to meet with the pirate captain, find information, and then tonight, a group of us, probably not everybody, because it's better that not everyone be seen, probably, at that point. Or at least the rest of the hand, probably shouldn't be seen there. Figure out this moss situation. You know what I mean? Or if the hand is there, they need to all go in disguise.
So Snobspoop's going to cut in when you're talking and say, so the forgeries are evidence. The diary for sure should be at Carla's home, seemingly, or some such. The other elements probably should be somewhere where she would be commonly, if not at home, maybe her office. And then, so I'm not sure. It probably wouldn't be useful to disseminate them amongst peoples, but we could keep a little bit of it to give to the 8 a.m. meeting, sort of a sign of progress. So that's perhaps a good idea. Yeah. Although we should be prepared.
What I meant by dissemination is putting them in those places, putting them in the places they need be.
We should probably use he rifles through the papers at this point, finds one that doesn't name Carla specifically. That way we have more time to put the items where they need to go. Okay.
You guys go and have that 8 a.m. meeting. I have a lot of explosives I need to forge. So I'm probably going to spend most of my day doing that. Taking a quick nap before sundown.
Teffy
I'm not exhausted tonight.
Doesn't know if she'll be of any help in this meeting, and Snoz and BT were the only ones who were specifically told to be there. So Teffy will stay and do her best to help make explosives, because she thinks it could be fun.
Okay.
I'm thinking about making some claymores for traps, but we'll get to that later.
Yeah, we'll get to that when we get around to the two of you. Zora and BT, anything in particular you two are doing for the day?
Yes. I wasn't invited to this thing either, so I will be I'll be practicing my shape changing. Yeah, in private. Making silly faces at myself and challenging our limits.
Perfect. Noted. BT, are you in fact joining the meeting, or what are your plans?
Well, I was told to be at 1, right? So I definitely have to be at that one. If they'll have me at the other one, I don't really fancy watching people make explosives. So running my algorithms in the background and attending meetings and looking for trouble.
Yay! Okay. Then let's visit Schnorzboop and BT first. Let's head to you two.
Before the meeting, Snotsboop is going to make himself look a little bit more presentable because he probably looked a little bit more crazy than usual. He's also going to find one piece of paper that details something that had happened that is well known, but does not name Carla specifically.
Okay.
Maybe it has some other names of, known backwater dealers.
All right. Yeah.
Maybe
or
mercenaries, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, and so I'll have that safely tucked away. I'll leave the rest for the Ultianites to hide in the appropriate areas, as that will... We decided that needed to happen during the day because Carl is typically not at home during the day, right? That's what...
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
So then, heading out to the destination, which you had clear instructions on how to get there. There would have been plenty of time for them to tell you on how to do that. It's a bit more of a quiet location, closer to the kind of like that hole in the wall location. There are people there, but it's not overcrowded like every other spot. With you walking through the streets, you have no problem with people disturbing you because you've got BT following right after you. There's a sense of, oh, that's an official person. Let's give them space. Getting to the spot, though, it is a small door, but on the inside, you do see there is an individual sitting at a lone table with a red scarf on. And BT, you would recognize him as the man who first approached you, the one who shouted out, "Hey, watch my position, I've got to go talk to the higher-ups."
Was he the one who also threatened me?
Yes, he was.
And gave me the override codes?
Yeah.
Okay. Just for future reference. Just noting that.
Okay.
Okay. Following the lead. Snozboop's lead.
As Snozboop approaches, he'll say, "Monty, my good friend, how are you doing?" He'll go up and give him a little slight pat on the shoulder, and then sit down across from him, as if they've been friends for a long time.
Oh, no. Hello, friend. Yeah, it's been very long time. I haven't seen you in a while.
Snozboop always says, a friend that you have is a friend that you have forever.
You know, I very clearly remember you, Snozboop, saying that many times. Thank you, Snozboop.
So, how's it been?
Oh, it's been
What's new in your life?
Oh, well, you know, standard, guard duties, all those other things that you handle here. In fact, actually, there was a friend of ours who came round the other day. He even gave me a letter for you.
Oh, delightful. Thanks so much, Monty. I appreciate that. You know what? Similarly, one of our mutual friends wrote a letter for you, detailing some things of interest of yours, some of your hobbies, if you will. And he'll pass the paper over to Monty.
Oh, okay. He takes the paper. At this point, Schnozboop, roll me a deception check. Not a deception check. Stealth or sleight of hand?
Performance.
Or performance. I could see a performance. There is mattering.
Oh, what am I trying to do?
Make this look casual. He's a little uncomfortable. He doesn't look too casual.
Okay.
To, kind of subvert attention from other people. Make it look like you're not handing off information here.
Gotcha.
And
We're
I'm
gonna do
watching
s-
to see if
we'll do-
anybody's
We'll
watching.
do a sleight of hand in that case. Ew.
You.
I don't suppose anybody wants to help me.
He technically is helping you.
BT's the only one.
I'm
that
standing
can
up
help
in
you.
front of the table, giving you guys partial coverage.
You sure? Okay, yeah. Take an advantage. Roll again.
Great, thank you. Still not great. That's gonna be a 14,
A 14, okay.
but technically better than a natty 1.
Oh, a lot better than a natty 1. Oh, natty 1 would have resulted in immediate consequences. Right. The papers get passed between BT. You realize there are a couple of people who glance over at the table and kind of give them an awkward look of that's a really strange interaction between two people.
As soon as somebody looks over at the table, I stare them down.
And as soon as they catch sight of you staring them down, they start minding their own business immediately. It's like, nope,
Yeah.
don't want to deal with that. Like very, very pointedly ignoring that table.
Well, tell me, Monty, since it's been a little bit, as you said, what would you say? Any new goals or dreams that you have?
What? I think it would be great to get paid more.
A useful endeavor, Very true, very true. And, well, I'll see if I can find somebody to assist you in that.
Please. You know some very important people. You can
I do
definitely
try.
ask for some assistance in that.
How much do you get paid? I say
Not
over my
enough.
shoulder.
Oh, very good,
I
very
get
good.
paid more than most people. I mean, mind you, I get like 2 gold a line, but still, this place robs you.
Well said, well said. In fact, Monty, my good man, I appreciate you. I always have. I have to run because I pulled an all-nighter working on some. I need to go to sleep.
You do
But-
look exhausted, friend. Yes. You go get sleep.
In my absence, he's gonna pop him a silver. Have a beverage on me.
Oh, thank you, friend.
And then I'm gonna get up at that point, give him a big wave. Well, I'll see you another time, I'm sure. And then he's gonna leave.
As Snozboop is leaving, I'm going to turn around to the table and look him in the eyes and
He's-
go,
Mm.
I wish you luck, and materialize 20 gold in front of him and then turn around and leave.
He very quickly starts scooping that up, putting into the pocket, and I'm like, I understand why he's wishing me luck. I am gonna need good luck getting out of here now. He scurries after you two very quickly and leaves himself. The little packet you've got, feeling it, they're clearly, I mean, there is a letter on the inside, but there are also what feels like 5 hardened things on the inside as well.
Cool. Not gonna open it until we get back to the hideout.
Perfect. Heading on back to the hideout. Altian and Teffy. The two of you will be shown by Shorty his lab. His little room where he does all his tinkering and creations. There you can find everything you'll want to use for all of your creations. You can even get a little clever as well, as this lab is. It's very well kitted. There's some expensive equipment in here. As far as materials, you're gonna have to find a source of where to get the materials from. Of course, you know your avenues and the places nearby that you can normally go to. You are muted.
Then that is what Teth Lessa Catan and I will do.
Okay. We don't need to.
Shopping montage?
No.
But for
Please, God, no.
explosives?
We don't need
We
to
might find a spoon.
RP any of that stuff. Basically, we can just say however much you want to purchase, you can purchase. We'll cover it as no spares, basically, for this point. And there will be capstones of how much you can do. Because given day, materials, though, you're in a manufacturing city. You can go to another shop and buy them out of something too.
Okay, this is what I'm going to make. I'm going to make as much C4 as I possibly can, as much compound 4 as I possibly can. And instead of claymores, I'm going to make bouncing betties.
What, pray tell, is a bouncing
The
Betty?
bouncing Betty. Okay, so for a description, so that Taffy knows, what it is an explosive that, when tripped, bounces because of a loaded spring in the bottom up to face level before it explodes.
Okay.
Yes.
Cool.
I'm gonna put, if I can find any thermite, I'm putting thermite in the bouncing betties. Or this world's version of thermite, if possible, please.
So here's a lovely thing, right? Right. Normally, I would I have every right to say no to that, because thermite is a very particular chemical substance or particular mixture of stuff that, even with Altian's knowledge, I could say like, maybe not. But you've got a chemical partner in Teffy right now, who is a gene warrior and is very trained in the changes of our chemical structures and would be able to give you a list of what you need for thermite. Your dreams have come true, Tangerine.
The dream team.
Baby gets to make a bomb?
Baby gets to make a bomb.
Okay, what a good day.
Now, I have to limit it, though. The thermite you can create will probably be enough to, like, make an engine block inefficient. Nothing to melt a city, nothing to melt a building or anything. Very, very small amount.
They're popping up to face level and exploding in their face. I don't need much per bouncing Betty. I just need enough.
And it's not going to do
yes.
absolute instantaneous, like talking mechanics and table talk mechanic-wise.
Yes.
This will be primarily fire damage, and it will leave a fire-lasting effect on them until they take an action to scrape it off. It's not going to just instantaneously melt them and they're dead.
Not
Like,
like
oh, you just use one of these and everything's gone. No. We'll be attaching some damage to these things and some effects and like some saving throws behind them as well. Because bouncing betties, well, magnificent. If you drop and duck quick enough, you really limit how much damage you take from those things, because they explode up there and shrapnel outwards, not immediately downwards. So all you have to do really is drop immediately.
But then they're prone.
Then they're prone, but it also still doesn't negate all the damage. So there is still an aspect of escape.
Flash damage.
Yeah.
Does Teffy learn how to make Compound 4 and Bouncing Betties?
Yes,
And
you do.
in return, does she teach Altian how to make Thermite?
Basically, yeah, it's a day of exchanging knowledge between the two of you.
Incredible, iconic, So pleased with the outcome of this day. Wonderful times.
The Wonder Twins. Let's go.
All right, Render twins. Wonder
The
twins.
Render. No, the Render Twins.
The Render twins. All right, Render twins. What would you like to roll for first?
Roll for fun. Yes, roll for
Yeah.
friendship. That's what we're gonna roll for.
Yeah, go for it. Give me a d20.
Let's do D20 for. Do you believe in friendship? So a 19 for a raw D20 roll.
I got a nat 20.
Oh
Oh,
goodness.
my
Okay, your
lord.
friendship is
This
it's
is
We're
the
best
most
friends.
fun this campaign has ever been.
All right, let's do C4 first. Let's see how much of that
C4
we can
first?
get.
So much
Okay, cool.
friendship.
so much friendship emanating from this room. It's like pulsating. Snorsboop. It's like an air. Oh, what's the word I'm looking
You
for?
sense it. You sense it
You
from
can
blocks
smell
away.
Feel it.
Oh yeah. I was thinking the exact same. As I come in, I'm drawn to it.
It's like the smell of a pie. You begin floating.
An aroma.
An aroma.
Yes.
It does the enticing. It becomes a hand with a finger and draws you in like
Yeah.
this.
Friendship. Oh yes.
It's sparkly and magical.
I look in at the new friends, just friending it up, and I'm just overjoyed at it. I'm just gonna sit there for a while. I have very important documents in my pocket. I'm also exhausted, but I'm just gonna sit and watch for a while until somebody notices me.
Does Snosboop maybe have a nap outside of the friendship room and gets like double the restfulness for the good vibes?
No.
No, rats. I was trying to get rid of that exhaustion.
No, he's gonna need a long rest for that.
Yeah, so in reality, I'll probably be there 10 minutes, and then I'm gonna go to sleep
Cool.
for long
Okey-dokey.
resting
For
periods.
long resting. Perfect. Throughout the entire day. Good thing you all planned something tonight, because now it makes sense. Cool. So,
All
yeah.
right,
ulti-
D20 or percentile.
We're going to be rolling. The percentile will get involved if you roll really badly, because
Really?
you're making explosives here. But it's going to be a d20. It's going to be using your crafting kit, so you're going to have your proficiency and your dexterity modifier added to it.
Sir?
And seeing as you have your assistant, it will be at advantage, because Taffy is helping you here.
Oh,
Yeah. That's what we call an aid action.
that's going to be a dirty 20.
Roll
A
dirty
raw
20.
and wriggling.
So for the first one, after your little shopping escapade, going out and getting
Yeah,
supplies.
How much gold did that cost me?
So I'm gonna be friendly here. Friendly GM time, yay! And calculate how much it costs after you do your rolls.
Gotcha.
And
Depending
whatever,
on how much you make. Yeah.
depending on
okay.
how much you make. Yep. So for a 20, how much dynamite would you like to make? Standard explosives. I will also tease you that there is a schematic for a different kind of explosive inside this room, just sitting on the table.
Oh, I have looked that over for sure. What is that?
It's a little rounded, more focused explosion. With these little pockets on the inside, designed for shrapnel. It's a grenade.
I'm gonna make those instead of dynamite if you'll allow
Okay,
it.
cool. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
With the 20, you can make 4 of those.
And I'm making 4. Let me add stuff to my inventory. Is there a grenade in
No.
Yes, there is.
Holy crap, there
Grenade
is.
fragmentation. We'll
I
have
did
to.
not look.
We'll have to.
Yeah, we'll have to double check.
We'll have to do the same thing we did with dynamite because its math is probably nonsense. Let's see. As an action, a character can throw a grenade at a point up to 60 feet away. With a grenade launcher, the character can propel the grenade up to
We'll have to do the
120
same
feet
thing,
away.
yeah.
Yeah. Each creature within 20 feet of an exploding fragmentation grenade must make a DC 15 dexterity saving throw, taking 5d6 piercing damage on a failed save, half as much on a successful one.
So, we have a wonderful option here then. With these, we can choose certain kinds, because what we're doing with the dynamite is we're splitting it 50-50, adding force and fire. For these, you can trade out the force for shrapnel, so piercing damage, or you can make some with less so on the fire, make it force and piercing damage. You can play around with it, weapon experiments. For the 4, though, I would say write down which damage types you have them catered towards. So 3 damage types you can choose from, only 2 of them are there. So when you roll damage, you'll half it, and then you'll assign the damage to each half, given the type of grenade.
Perfect.
Cool.
All right, on to the compound 4.
Fun
Yay!
stuff.
Look at
Compound
the
4.
sleepy bear. Look at the sleepy bear right now.
Yeah, the poor guy.
I know. He's
He's
so
got legitimate
exhausted
reasons.
all
Yeah.
the time. He's got legitimate reasons to be exhausted.
Very legitimate reasons. Let the Zara be sleeping.
I have known him nearly my entire life, and this is sleepy boy.
Talking about me?
Yes.
No,
No.
I'm
Poor
trying
lad.
so hard to
I
stay
know you
awake.
are. We love you. Thank you for being here. You're doing great, Ben.
He's trying his hardest, folks.
It really is.
Anyway,
I was like, wait. I
We're
think
just
they're talking
grateful to
about
have
me.
his presence here.
he's
Yeah.
doing the dad thing. I'm just resting my eyes.
Alright, what was that roll there, Ethan?
That's gonna be quick maths, real quick. 25.
25, okay. Perfect. These ones are a little bit more complicated to create. They take more time to do, so for a 25, the most you could... 26 to make 2 easily, but you got close enough, and you got help, so at least 2.
At
2
least
good
2.
charges.
Okay, got you. 1 second. I am going to quickly look and see if... I doubt very much
No.
that, yeah, we'll have to create that
It won't be
later,
for
but
this one.
figure it out.
Yeah, and this is more
Just so
something
we
that
know
you would
we
have
do-
to set up. It's not something you can use per se, like in combat or anything like that. This takes setup to do.
This is structural damage stuff,
Yeah.
which I am planning for. So, 2 of those.
Yay.
Let me get that down very quickly, and then
planning to destroy
how much time do we have left in the day?
You probably hit like 4 o'clock, 4 p.m.-ish.
Okay, we're gonna go for some bouncing betties then, because we still got some time. I'm gonna write it down as 2 pounds of. Does that sound about right? Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay. On to the bouncing betties. Let's go!
Here we go.
Delicious. That's another 25. My red D20 just rolled 2 18s in a row. Let's go.
That you can create 3 of them.
3?
That'll
Gotcha.
probably take you around to 8 p.m.-ish.
Okay.
So to
That's
the end of the day.
as much time as I am taking to do that. I am going to, because it's always dark, but it's especially dark because it's nighttime now. Papa's gonna go sneaking around and set up that C4 in our meeting area for it, just in case.
Okay.
So I will. 1 second. Let me write down 3. Oh, and for flavor, let's just say that I called them bouncing betties because there was a toy growing up that was a spring-loaded toy called a bouncing betty. That you know those like frog things where you'd like push them down and then they'd like pop up.
Yeah.
You'd like crank it and like set it and then it'd pop up. Anyway,
For flavor, so we make it differently. We'll call them bouncing benties.
Benties, got you.
Because I don't
I'll
know
go-
what the rights for like named weaponry is in here. So
Yeah, we're gonna get a
I'll have to
call
do some
from
research
Lockheed
on that.
Martin. What do you think?
it's
what do you
like,
think's
oh,
gonna
excuse me,
happen?
we hold the rights to the name of the bouncing Betty there. So bouncing benties.
Oh my. Bouncing Bentleys.
Bentleys.
Even better.
Bentleys and Bentleys. Those sharks are broke. Perfect. Setting those C4s
I'll get
up.
my sneak.
Yeah,
My
give
dice
me
would
a
stop going cocked. Anyway, sorry.
give me a sleight of hand, and then we're gonna go on break C before hopping into
That's
that
the
midnight
gotcha.
meeting. Yeah.
Sleight of hand, he says. That's a 23.
Yes. 23. Okay. Sleight of hand to
Hey,
kind of
good
choose the best spots where they'll be out of sight.
So, just to double check, the meeting is on top of the roof, correct?
Yeah.
I am putting them in structural areas to bring that entire building down if I have to.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Wunderbar. Okay, so we're gonna take a little bit of a breaksy here, and then we'll be back after 15 minutes with the meeting with Moss McMinty, one of the other crime lords of the city. We'll be back in 15, everybody. See you then.
Crimes.
Bye.
Oh, that's the wrong button.
Hello there. As a guest of the Owlbear Inn, you obviously have taste. Now, as a person of taste, have you ever thought to yourself, I need to watch an artist who also has taste, with a sense of classiness and intelligence, heightened by sitting in a leather armchair before a fireplace with shelves of books behind? Neither have I. Anyways, I happen to have an art channel called Michael How Arts here on Twitch if you want to check it out. There's drawing, chatting, and sometimes gaming. If you enjoy fantastic characters and comics, or just having someone to hang out with while doing art, you should give Michael How Arts a look-see. That's twitch.tv/Michael How Arts. And if you visit, maybe, just maybe, you'll occasionally have that artist sitting in front of a fireplace to give you a +1 for the richness and culture of your Twitch experience. Though I wouldn't count on that. But please, do stop on by. Thanks for your time, and have a wonderful day.
I'm Michael Howe, and I approve this message. Oh, you don't believe me? Well, I did this, and 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 this.
Hello, everybody.
Fine
All
store.
campaign, all I wanted was to pass wisdom saving throws, and I never do.
Even with advantage?
I have advantage. I have plus. All my feats almost have all been going into that direction. No.
Oh, that's awesome.
Consent is always important.
Agreed.
You're next.
Why am I
not dead.
so bad at this game? Jeez.
Might be genetics.
Attack first. Think never. Hey, folks.
You feel a definite pulse of magical energy as you shake his hand.
You just made a deal with the devil.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Roll a will save.
There's more up there? We have to... I fucking hate this level.
We could have been playing Valheim.
Dog, dog, dog. Save me, save me. Where are you? Get in front of me. Get in front of me. Get in front of me.
I'm coming. I was marking the cave.
Dogs. How do I stand up? Ah! Get the dog. Help.
Hello, folks.
There. Apparently, I can't remember your name at all.
Who's Ingrid?
You.
You.
Me?
Irving.
Oh.
Yes, because I can't forget. Wow. Why am I having such a hard freaking time with names today?
You called me Murphy twice before
Yeah.
we even started.
Shut up, Melvin. I'm working here.
Alrighty, naked.
That's a good drawing, right? Damn right, Zach, that's good.
Good. Oh my gosh.
Love it.
Thank you.
Wow.
With some.
Wait, you just said they had a book.
That being
Yes.
said, we will.
Yes.
And then you emphasize that there is a book.
Holy! Way to catch on to that like a minute and a half late. There's books, there's diaries, there's maps.
Wait, there's a book? We have not been consistent with this at all, have we?
No.
I'm not even going to try and pronounce most of those. Wow.
Yeah, they had a sale on apostrophes that day.
Hello, everybody.
I don't know what's really going on. Hi!
We have you on speakerphone.
I was just gonna say this is one hell of a collect call, man. I didn't know he knew infallible relay.
Does anyone know what the rates are? I don't have that much gold.
Did you know back in the old days, in the medieval times, they used to put lanterns, hang lanterns out on front of horses to help them navigate during nighttime?
Oh.
It was the first recorded instance of satellite navigation.
I enjoyed the live action The Avatar movie.
Oh, baby Baba Luba.
And burble as it came.
No!
Can I get a oh yeah?
Oh yeah?
Oh yeah.
If you're only to be addressed as you as your own person, what do I do if there's like a whole bunch of y'all?
You may use titles as, I would say, the trolls. You may use the consequences if
Okay.
you would like.
So
You
y'all
may-
is off the table.
Y'all is an abomination.
A whole bunch of y'all.
Too late.
That's when you guys look over and see what once was Jitters descend slowly onto the ground, trampling towards you as its head from top to about past the sternum splits like that into a toothy maw that is its whole body.
Rawr. Hello and welcome to Hate, Laugh, Love.
Everybody knows if it's green and it's slime,
You went that
it's booger time.
The show where we talk about movies.
He starts hopping on the way, and when you look back, there's Handor and Grace. Grace looking just frowning perpetually, and Handor just smiling ever so gracefully. And Finestorm, you see on their lips, Handor say, "You think they'll make it?" And Grace go, "Not a chance." Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Hopefully, you had a nice, delightful little break. We did. We left this wonderful party the hand off after Ultine planting some compound 4. Yes, that is C4. Inside the building that they will be meeting. What are you all doing? The hour is approaching. It's midnight around. The Ultianites are around. You're around that wonderful... How many times can I say around? You've gathered.
We should have
table.
Sorry.
No, go for it.
We should have table talked this a little bit. Did you guys want to go in disguise? All of you except BT, of course. He cannot really. He can't really disguise
Just put a big
himself.
old mustache on him.
I'm a car. Rum, rum.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted Snozboop to go to this here meeting, he would have definitely suggested to go in disguise. And he does not want to go as himself.
Yeah, for sure.
Then do you want to not have BT? Since I can't be disguised and I'm pretty noticeable?
Yeah, I think BT's got to sit.
Or have me on Overwatch.
Well, that is a good. Okay. We probably should have you on Overwatch for just in case we absolutely need you.
I'll do Overwatch.
That's a good idea. That's a safe bet, I think.
Okay. BT on Overwatch.
4 of us go down, and BT has to climb down some ladders real quick.
For disguises, something the Ultianites have done is one of them. Well, let's call it Shorty. I'm like, I was waiting for you all to say something like that. He dashes away. And eventually comes back with a bunch of these bundles. Like, I went in, I kind of, I took some liberties. I'm sorry if the masks are entirely right, but hey, we got you your own sets. And he hands each of you a bundle. Except for you, BT, sorry. You're kind of hard to disguise.
So, do all of the masks and everything look like Ultian?
No, these ones are all different. You're not given the Ultian ones. These ones would all... They have a vibe about yourselves and your general attire and what you're wearing. Like, the overall cloak is just designed to be pulled over the clothes you're wearing now, but it will disguise and keep out of sight your normal clothes. And the mask itself is more... It's colorized to suit the normal colors or the colors of your clothes, and has these little unique aspects to it. Like yours, Teffy's a little more earthen with these waves of like air motion inside the design. Snozboop, yours has these musical notes designed into it. And Zora, yours is gray.
Gray.
Just grey all round. There's not even... For theirs, there's a shape of a nose and the shape of where the eyes are. Yours is just a flat grey.
Okay, well,
Effie will gratefully take her cloak and mask, and she expresses the gratitude towards Shorty, and she will also make note of this deed in her book. The vibes are getting better.
And Zora, you're saying?
Thank you, I guess.
You're welcome, I guess.
I guess I could become a 6'2" human male. Put the mask on.
I think the gray is supposed to denote your ability to be amorphous between two.
JP, I'm gonna.
I just hope I
press
can
the long
see
rest
out of
button.
this thing.
Cool.
Yeah, you can see out of it. It's very cleverly designed. There's a nice mesh where the eyes are. And yeah, Schnoz, you're good to hit that long rest button. Exhaustion
another
removed.
important question.
Yeah.
How's the pulled pork?
Oh yeah, how's your pulled pork?
Pretty good.
Yeah?
Just randomly, I don't
Yeah.
know. Pulled pork.
I put this
How's that
Japanese
pork you
barbecue
pulled?
sauce on it. It's kind of like a soy sauce based barbecue sauce, but
Good
it's pretty
grief, my
good.
mouth is watering now.
Top notch.
I'm hungry now. I want food. I want some pulled pork. Excellent. Okay, so you all have disguises. Vigilante style.
Okay. You said we were all sitting around.
Yeah. All gathered around.
In the
These new
very
masks.
last of the. Okay. Well, I'm just gonna go over the game plan with everyone. I'm going to. I think this is the best plan of action, and you guys tell me if you have any other ideas. But I think
Quick
everybody
interruption,
else should
sorry.
stay hit. Yeah, sorry.
Just to also clarify, if you have any questions about Moss McNinty, you can ask him now.
What are the chances this minty fella believes in friendship?
Sorry, Ethan, for the interruption. I totally forgot to mention that and clarify that as well. But if you can hold your thought. Cool. Thank you. Schnozboob, in reply to that, Aprisha will speak up. McNinty showed up at the beginning of the Luna. He came out of nowhere, took the entire southeastern side of the dredges for his own. Tahiri hasn't been able to kick him out. As far as we know, he's either a halfling or a gnome. All of his syndicates, they all appear and look very similar, like themselves. Actually, it's where we got the idea to start differentiating the look of Ultian and not everyone else. Make it harder to identify. For him, he embraced the part and only hires people of similar build to himself. This is all conjecture. We've never actually seen Moss McNinty. We've only ever encountered his people.
So what you're saying is there's a chance he believes in friendship.
We've never encountered them harming people, which is why we've drawn attention to them. So yes, actually, I am saying that I think if there could be a chance of friendship, but it would be a Grantinian friendship. Meaning both parties will need to be benefiting in some way.
Okay. Very good. Ultian, please continue with your plan.
Okay, so this is actually I'll just do it.
I think it's best that the rest of you stay hidden for as long as possible. When the time comes, I might need all of you, or this could just be a meeting. And it's better that everyone hears.
So for the rest, you mean... So you're just going to go in alone? Or you wanted the hand with, or the Ultianites with, or no one with?
No one with.
Gotcha.
Everyone stays back.
10 for...
This could just be an information exchange. I've set up Compound 4 throughout the structure of the building. If need be, I can take it all down. But that means some of you might get hurt. So be ready. I'll give a signal, and you can prepare.
Hey,
blow me
quick
up,
question.
blow me up, blow me up.
Strange to hear someone wishing for that. Quick question. Drosso here. At this point, you both realize Drosso and Shorty, they sound nearly the exact same. I've done that on purpose. It's a goblin and a dragonborn sounding very similar. Very funny. To me, in my head, at the very least. Hey, right. So, do you want us to be with you, or do you want us doing something else out there? Like, do you need the Ultianites as well?
I need everybody. Just in case.
Okay, yeah. I'm good on healing, by the way. I can do a lot of that. So if anyone gets hurt, you can just come running to me.
From everything you've all told me, he seems to be different as far as crime bosses go, if you could call them that. We might be able to make a deal.
If anything, we'll be able to get a lot of information out of this. Out of all the people here, we don't know Moss the most. That's a weird sentence.
Ultian, good buddy. If it comes down to the wheeling and dealing, would you like me to approach at that point?
Yes. That's when you will come in.
Just let me know.
I'll let you know.
How much time do we
we're
have?
gonna- Oh, did they give a time?
They
It
said
was just
same time.
Vaguely at night.
Vaguely same time. It was probably around 2 a.m. 2 p.m. Wow. 2 a.m. at that time. After you did
what
all
time
your
is it now?
verging. Something like 9-ish. I'd say it took an hour, meeting at 8 p.m. Took an hour or so to go over all the details. Excuse me.
Well, I'm gonna let them know what time. And Papa's been working on bombs all day, so well, me and Taffy, so we should probably catch a nap real quick. Just in case.
Before you go, Shorty will ask to gather your comms so that he can add a channel, as he calls them, to group with their comms, because they all have similar units inside their ears. So you can now switch between, at the end of this, before you all leave, you will be able to switch between either the hand comms or group comms with the Ultianites. Still no individual stuff.
9. Alright, cool.
Very cool, very cool.
Yeah.
And
Doesn't add a
has
little mass
the-
to it, but still discreet.
Has the evidence been placed?
They were sleeping during the day.
Okay, so we're still holding off on the evidence being placed. In that
They can do that tonight, after all this is done. Can you guys hear my dog? He has been misbehaving, so he's in the kennel.
Oh,
poor boy.
Poor boy.
He can't stop barking at Mom, so.
Oh. Hey,
He's
it's
gotta
better
learn
than
how to calm
Wrigley.
himself down.
You'll remember
Chill
that dog
out.
inside the house as at first. Good grief, that dog never shut up. We love dogs, we do. We really do.
We do. But sometimes they just won't shut up, you know?
Anyway, the time comes, your comms are returned. Ultine and Taffy, I don't know if you need to hit a short rest, but equivalency, this would be a short rest. So for the two of you, what I can inform you is if you stay up through this night, you're not going to take any exhaustion. But the next night, you're going to need to get a long rest. Otherwise, I'll be giving you 2 exhaustions. You kind of like staved off the effects for a night. Potentially. That's if you don't get any rest. But Ultian, given the RP and how everything led up to you encountering those two, the scene has been set by you, by your actions for that point. So the dog, the neighbor dog as well, is barking along with yours. So it's like the exact same time as well.
Weird.
It's hilarious. I'm laughing at this. It's great. So you can get there in time to set up the scene how you'd like. How would you all like to deploy yourselves? You have the advantage here.
Well, I am going to position myself in the darkest part of the roof with let's see what my stealth is, ladies and gentlemen, as my dog barks in the other room.
He's excited to hear what your stealth is.
29.
Oh wow.
19 on the die. This green one's coming in handy today. When I need her.
Excellent. Okay. I need to get to a new page. I filled this one.
I'm going to try to stealth into a nearby building, hopefully vacant.
Okay.
Ideally within 30 feet of where he'll be.
Perfect. You can easily find a nice 2-story building that has a clear view to the 1-story rooftop of the building that Altian's going to be on top of. Now, with a 29 stealth, you can't see Altian, but you know that's the building he's going to be on.
Sweet.
Would
I'm also
you
going
like...
to stealth in there as well. So.
Perfect. Give me a stealth check.
Let's say 26.
Ooh, nice. You guys really have the advantage here. This is awesome. Teffy, let's move to you. What are you doing with yourself? Where are you putting yourself?
Is there a map that I'm supposed to be looking at?
Nope.
Oh, okay, cool. Teffy, how big is this rooftop where the meeting shall occur?
Let's make it 20 by 20. It's like a modest little building underneath. We're kind of painting the scene to give you an idea, Tangerine, for how like scene RPs like this work. We're kind of painting it ourselves. Things are being created when you say it's being created. So there's this 2-story building for Snozzboop to see on top because he wanted there to be a 2-story building to see on top. So that's been put there in place. Altian scene is set. The surroundings depends on you guys.
Wonderful. How close are all the buildings? Like from one rooftop to another?
Good question. So the main corridors are maybe, these ones are much more tightly packed. The main corridors are maybe about 7 feet wide. The skinnier ones, there is an alleyway. You can see that is only 3 feet apart. But that one's a couple of streets back. The skinniest one you'll find is about 4 feet. And that could be next to the building he's on.
Okay. And what is the sort of shape of the roof? Are they like domes? Are they the diamondy boys? Are they flat? Are they flat with a ledge?
These ones are all flat top. So domes are primarily needed for like rainfall, so that rainfall can drip off of it. However, there's no rainfall in this place. There's not supposed to be. The pipes leak than anything. So these are all flat tops. They don't have to take care of
Totally,
weather like that.
completely flat, like a box?
Like
or
a box.
Is there a ledge?
Flat like a box. There's this one's 1 story, so probably a small little ledge, maybe about a foot.
Okay. Teffy would like to be on a building very close by that is 1 story taller than the building that the meeting actually occurs on. Preferably one with a little ledge that she can kind of duck behind because she is not good at being sneaky.
Okay, perfect. You have a particular rifle that is useful at long ranges.
I forgot about that. Teffy will be on a distant rooftop that is 1 story taller and has a little ledge for her to hide behind.
Perfect. A distant rooftop. Off in the distance, you have a clear view. There is going to be limitation if they move far away. However, the rooftop you've got gives the maximum viewage of this rooftop and the surrounding area around.
Okay. And once her position has been established, she will mount her little rifle there.
Perfect. Mounting rifle. Excellent. You are in position. BT.
So if I heard this right, we're creating this environment?
Yes, nothing extreme, so don't get carried away.
Well, with my newfound hover ability, I am going to be...
Immediately gets carried away with something extreme.
I am going to cloak myself to look like the moon and be hovering up in the
Follows
sky.
up with another extreme.
Since everyone seems to be spreading out on rooftops with advantage, I guess I'll just pick the next rooftop that's not being occupied, but is direct line of sight to the rooftop in question.
Okay.
The highest one.
Highest one. Let's put you on a 3-story one. Highest one, overlooking. You can see the room where Schnozboop is. You've kind of given yourself an advantage cross sight. Keeping that crosshairs going. Not the right terminology, but hey, you get the point. Off in the distance, there's Teffy. You got a good sight on this. Good place. You're not too far off that you could, with your movement as well, you could pounce on that roof and be on it within one movement.
Yeah, that's the goal. And then I'm gonna start playing with these intercom systems.
Okay.
Not playing as in broadcasting.
Okay.
Playing as in letting my living metal analyze it.
Oh, okay, Taji. Okay, cool.
I'm gonna see if I can absorb it.
Oh, that'd be interesting.
The functionality.
That would be fun. Right. I'm gonna make a special note of that. Of intercom. Wonderful.
Just something to pass the time. Anyway, that's it for me.
Cool. Sounds good. I like it. Zara, what you doing with yourself?
I'm gonna find a building that is 1 story higher. No, I'm just kidding. I will, I guess, find an adjacent roof. Also, keep watch. What is this? Are we all like surrounding this roof now on other rooftops?
So far, yeah.
Okay. I guess I'll kind of continue the pattern. Kind of keep it like mid-ground, maybe like a 2-story.
A 2-story? Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Get some range options.
Perfect. Getting a little bit of a distance as well. Catching... So Teffy's off in this direction, catching kind of off in this direction with your coverage of sight as well with your rifle.
Nice.
Getting yourself situated. The Ultianites situate themselves in surrounding buildings and around as well. Francis being very well hidden, almost like you, close to the same roof and close by you, Ultian. You can hear him speak. He's probably the closest. The time comes.
I'm gonna...
Oh, go for it.
Well, before that, hit the comms.
Everyone in position.
10-4, good buddy.
10-4.
Totally prepped.
Something special.
This way comes.
Insert catchphrase here.
I'm going to take the little remote detonator out of my pocket, and I'm going to arm it, and then put it back into my pocket. It's the C4.
Small.
It's like one of those
high
toggles, like the red toggle that you flip up, and then like.
Followed with a high-pitched buzz as the arctac, the magic starts flowing between all the wirings. I would like everyone to give me an active perception check. Your passives are taken into consideration for descriptions, but I want some active rolls.
Hmm.
Not great.
Nice.
16.
14.
16, 14.
11.
11. Ooh.
Rolled a dirty 20.
Dirty 20 from Zara. Tuffy, you're muted still.
Taffy also got a dirty 20.
Nice.
Ever since they told me to mute on Discord rather than on my microphone, I forget that it happened.
Yeah, next time the inn has some funds, we'll get you an arm. Well, no, we spent everything on art. Again. It's for a good cause. T-shirts on the way, people. For a really good cause. We got some fun T-shirt ideas. Okay. Another art stuff. In position then, Teffy and Zora, very fitting, you two being the ones at a bit of a distance overwatching through your rifles. Another distance away, the both of you will catch at the same time a very faint glint. Examining the spot, you will see situated themselves, with a rifle themselves, is a no more halfling, setting up something with a tripod as well.
Uh-oh.
You also see through some of the street sides people moving rapidly. At this hour, this area of the city is completely empty. Some people start moving around. The shutters of one of the windows gets a little creaked open. Schnorzboop, you hear inside the same building as yourself some footsteps. Very charming.
You are not muted.
You're not muted anymore.
Sounded like
I
me.
give that like a 6 out of 10 just for the shock factor of
juicy.
unmuting just to do it.
Juicy.
Mm-hmm.
That goes with my stealth check, so just.
Ultian, what everyone will see, but primarily Ultian because you're on the same roof now, is this flash and sparks start spinning in the air and then peel open to a circular doorway. As walking from out of it is this halfling with very meaty side chops.
Was it cast within my detection range?
No, it wouldn't have been. Wait, what's your detection range? Is it 30 feet, right?
No idea. We never decided that.
For this one, it was cast in a different location far away from you to get to here.
Right, this is the receiving end.
This is the receiving end now, not the casting end. But good question.
When they leave.
When they leave.
I'm watching it. I saw it.
Wearing a bowler hat, a very thick cigar hanging out of his mouth, smoking with a chunk of ash at the end of it. Couple of scars running across his face. Looks like a very deep one, just cutting underneath the eye, running upwards as well, then hooking above his eyebrow. Very scruffy, ginger hair with these white pieces all throughout it. Just grinning at his surroundings. Lifts up a chunky hand, pulls away the cigar. Alright then, I know you're around. I'd love to be having a conversation with the old TN. The real one, not that fake sussy that's been walking around.
Silently over comms, I'm going to check with everyone. I'm going to.
How does everything else look? Does he have cover?
Did he just call me a fake hussy?
He did. Teffy, Zora, if he's got guns, aim at them. Everybody else, find a target.
Over comms, Teffy will go, mm-hmm, and then she will swivel to aim at that glint.
As you know, my friend, my targets are only for friendship, but I will be prepared.
I will aim in preparation as well.
Okay.
Yes?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just, shoot. Yep. Just gonna step out of the shadows.
Are you wearing your disguise still, or are you wearing Altine's face?
Switch back. I'm not in this disguise.
Okay.
I am Altian.
There's the real one. Hi.
Why are we here?
I wanted to welcome you back home. You've been gone for a while now. You left quite a void when you left. Needed a bit of filling. Hope you don't mind.
Very bold.
Only the bold make it places in Grantina. If you're not willing to take from others, you're not willing to survive.
I've heard some things about you.
Really?
But not much. Seems the old boss can't seem to shake you. A thorn in his side.
That's me. I'm the thorn in your side and that fly in your soup. That nuisance constantly buzzing around. I'm a bit more curious though. Why are you back?
Time to finish old business.
Old business? And what might that be? Oh, that's alright. I know you won't be telling me oh so freely. But yeah, you can't blame an old man such as myself for trying.
You're beginning to test my patience.
Ah,
Why
good.
are we here?
It's what I know how to do best. I think you're here for a reason. And I'm still here for a reason as well. And perhaps there might be a way we can help each other.
Go on.
The void you left gave me a chance to actually start making headway in my ideas and what I need. Of course, there's... the actions we take is very akin and similar to the actions of the others around here, but we don't actually really care. This city can do what it wants. We don't need a place in it. We just want what we came for. As soon as we've got that, we'll leave.
What did you come for?
Thinking I'll be giving you everything without nothing.
What information do you need, and what information do you have?
I need what's inside those warehouses. I need Natu to be coming back with me. As to why, well, we're not in a working relationship for you to be understanding or having any of that. But I am the one who's reaching out to you, so It's only fair I tell you what I need first.
My assumption is Natu has something or knows something. Whatever it is, we'll bring down to Carrie. Am I correct? Or maybe at least get you in the same room.
That would be the hope.
And what will you do if you take over everything? What's the plan then?
Don't be getting me wrong here, boy. I don't want to be taking anything over. Soon as I get what I be wanting, I'm gonna be leaving. Me and my crew.
So it's personal.
It's what you get for now.
The corners, where the corners of Altian's mouth are, they like peek up.
Bless you. Teffy just sneezed.
Well, then it makes sense.
Taffy did not
sneezed.
sneeze. Tangerine sneezed. Taffy, quiet as a mouse.
Alright, sorry, Altian. Makes sense.
Makes sense then. I wasn't around to impede your plan, so you set it into action. You want him dead, and then you leave. So you say.
I'll need his body, or his head. Heh, I'll even settle for his face. Whatever you
Altian,
can
good
give
buddy.
me of him.
Is
I'll
it my
take.
time?
So out loud and over comms, I'm going to say,
Snozboop, I could use your talents.
Misty Step right next to him.
Big Tin.
Roll.
That
What
was
level?
within range. What level is Misty Step?
Misty Step's second level.
So 17. Huh? Okay. Let's see what we can do here.
Equally as terrifying as Dimension Door in the hands of Big Tin, but hey.
Ooh, that was almost a 19. I think.
No, don't forget, plus your Arcana.
Yeah, which would make it a 17
Mm-hmm.
plus 3. So that's one success.
We need another 14 or higher.
oh, very,
Boom.
good Lord.
It was
very
destiny.
quickly, I misspoke. I definitely did not say Snozboop.
What?
I didn't say, no, I meant Snozboop, but I did not say his name.
Oh.
Because he is undercover.
Right.
That was a misspoken thing. Sorry.
No, good clarifications.
You're good.
And Misty Step still goes.
100% that still occurs. Sorry.
No, you're good. Good.
Now I gotta look that up and write it down to myself.
Awesome. That's very exciting and terrifying. On that point, though, hey, Snozboop, what would be your code name? You get a chance to give yourself a vigilante
The
name here.
believer.
Oh, we'll say the widower.
It's so
Lord,
heartfelt.
How dark.
Oh my
How
goodness.
dark and also heartfelt that is.
Yeah,
The
that hits so
widower.
many levels. I love it. Okay.
The only thing more metal would be the Widowmaker.
The
Like,
Widowmaker. That's actually a villain inside this world. You haven't encountered them yet. But, okay. You Misty Step right next to him. Or right next to Altian.
Hello, Mr. McNinty, I assume. You may call me the widower. It is a delight to meet you.
So you do actually run with people. We can mark that as a false report inside our books. As far as I knew, you ran by yourself for the first lunar of this year.
Well, it's not false, but sometimes allies are needed.
So, Mr. McNinty, I believe there are things that you would like to happen, and I believe that would be the capture or death of a certain individual. Were there anything else on that list that you were looking for?
Capture, death, whatever it might be, we'll take it.
Anything else?
Obviously, we're asking something of you. We don't give without, or we don't take without giving. This isn't a raw deal like most other places. We're not from around here. We don't deal like Grantinans.
Well, I know you're being very cautious information-wise. But if I may ask, if you were to get what you are looking for, and you were to depart from this area, it might be possible that your helpfulness to my friend would be more helpful depending on where you go. Might you be able to provide that information?
I've been the only one providing information here. You haven't provided me with anything. So why should I be giving you more?
Well, it is difficult to see how you can assist without knowing a bit more. You know Ultian's talents. Whereas we know very little. My talents are not the one in question. I believe, even without me, Ultian would succeed in your request. I'm here as a facilitator.
He's the better talker.
I can tell.
I have a habit of making things hard on people.
Including himself. But back to business. If you could provide anything as far as your skill set or area of operations that I could work with, I could, work within those parameters. Otherwise, I could just present a gold amount, but that's so unappealing.
We're quiet and we get in and out of places.
But you can't get in to where this certain individual is.
Give me a persuasion check.
I fold my arms as an assist.
That's a 28.
28? Okay. He looks off to the side, brings up his cigar, which is now unlit, and deliberately takes the time to pull out a piece of wood, light it on fire, and then relight his cigar and take a few puffs from it, while looking from place to place, kind of gathering his surroundings a little bit from the looks. We're a quiet bunch who work for a certain kind of organization that has nothing to do with Iridai. All we want is what we came for. When we're done, we'll move on to the next one. And then when we're finished, will be gone. Nothing we do has anything to do with any of your business. It's all ours.
I do appreciate that show of good faith, very much. Thank you so much for that. If you wouldn't mind, give me a moment to confer. 1 minute. Snozboop will turn back and say, "Is there anything over comms? Is there anything that we need stolen or captured
or planted?
Or planted. Well said.
Well, we do need evidence planted.
It seems like we could take care of that, though. Something that we can't take care of.
Oh, shoot. Oh, it's been 2 weeks, folks at home. We are so sorry.
Feel free to ask questions. I'll remind you in situations like this of law.
Yeah, okay, so what else do we have to do? A quick recap of everything else we need to do to complete the plan.
You've got your evidence. You need to plant your evidence in multiple locations throughout. You have, after this night, you will have 7 days and 7 nights left before you want everything said and done. You need a word to kind of get out and start getting spread a little bit. So you still need to meet with Anna as well if you want Tahiri to get involved in here. There needs to be also a solid plan put into place on how to efficiently get Tahiri included in all this. It's kind of been the idea of just feed Anna the information. However, there's that looming presence of Tahiri always finds out and Tahiri hunts. And what you're planning on putting in is false information, so that's going to have to be carefully done. Otherwise, he will be a thorn in your side until you're all dead. Because he's that kind of person.
It's okay if this is not viable. Would it be all right if we assumed that I, at some point before we showed up, opened that envelope and saw what was inside?
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, definitely, you had enough time. Inside are permission slips for all of you to access all the tiers of Zellum. The hand can do that. These slips are like these little square index cards, basically, and they're all magically enchanted.
Oh.
And they all have your names and a little slot for you to sign, and as soon as you sign, there's a little poof of it's connected to you now.
Okay. Well, I will have passed those out to the hand then, we'll say.
Yeah, and the other piece of paper accompanying it is basically a very short, brief statement of these are your slips. When you're done with everything you have and you have what you need to present, you can head up to the 3rd tier. All you have to do is say, we're here on official business, guild business.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Okay, so this is table talk and in character. All right. So, what if we use them to feed information to Takiri's informant? Because that will also set them up for being in a position of, if he shows himself because of this information, they can get what they came for. Because they're clearly trying to get to him. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So, if we can get inside of the warehouses, if we can get them in a position where they can get, what's his name? Natu. They can feed information to Anna, who will feed information to Takiri. And if that's done properly, then they not only have his right-hand man, but they may have an opportunity where he comes out in the open. Does that make sense to everybody?
Sure, yeah. I think they want us to do the capturing or killing, so we would probably still need to be present for that.
Yes, but...
Okay, Okay. Turn back around, and that definitely only 60 seconds.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely only.
Miss McGinty. So, I have a proposition then.
Ooh, I love a good proposition.
In exchange for the capture or death of the individual known as Stakiri, what's their name?
Natu.
Natu. Wait, you want Natu? They want Natu?
Yes, Natu is the one they want because they're trying to get to Kiri. This is table talk, sorry.
Right.
So they want him, but as a means to get to whatever's the situation is.
So they
with
want
Kiri.
Natu captured or killed.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good to know that. For the capture or death of the individual known as Natu, the individual known as Ultian will require two things. One, the dissemination of certain information to informants known to Dakiri. And if you agree, there are specific individuals that we would like that information known to. Additionally, I am looking for a specific number. We will need 1,500 gold.
I will say, to sweeten the deal,
the information that you give to his informant, if you do it properly, may get him out in the open. That, combined with whatever information you get from Natu, if we can take him alive, will give you a shot at what you want, so you win twice over.
What do you say, Mr. McGinty?
And for the warehouses?
There's another part. What do you need for the warehouses? You know their locations and you need the entrance? What do you need as far as the warehouses go?
Well, the first one's nearly agreeable. But I'd like to wrap everything up inside one deal, if you don't mind. The warehouses, they have blueprints we want.
So you need the blueprints that are inside the warehouse?
Aye. But in order to get inside, I don't think there's any way to do it without gathering attention. And we'd rather not be the ones gathering the attention.
Fair enough.
If we run a distraction, and you can get in and get your blueprints, the only thing we ask is that you destroy the warehouses afterwards. Whatever power he still has, if he is still alive at the end of this, will be almost non-existent.
I don't care about any of those powers. All I care about is what's inside. And, we can't be risking being seen at all.
Well, in that case, that would be us or associates taking care of that.
The fake one. The build's not right. You're not tall enough and you're not wide enough. There's been a fake Oltian wandering around here for a while. Are you in cohorts with him?
Mr. McGinty, I think it best we stay on topic.
No need to be answering facetious questions, you're right.
I have something that can make a distraction. It's definitely loud enough.
So we'll say that we'll take care of acquiring the blueprints in the said warehouse. We obviously would need to know details about blueprints, otherwise we'll just grab the first blueprints we'll see, and you may be sad about what we've recovered.
Your friend Oltian will know what they look like. Came strolling in on a device almost similar to what they're making.
Very good. Excellent.
So that's what this is about. The war machines.
We don't be wanting it for anything in there or die. As I said, we don't care about this place. You do what you want here. We have our own things to handle. And we
so
need
you're
them.
asking for a scientific advantage in likely a conflict of some kind. Not an or die, of course. That is a pricey endeavor. Let's call it $3,000 plus the favor for the total job.
Plus the favor.
Well, disseminating the information that we requested.
And doing it correctly.
Well
he is
said.
not an easy man to fool. So you must prove yourselves.
Quiet.
Give me a persuasion check. At advantage.
Oh, okay, good.
Do that, please. My persuasion's not good enough.
That's gonna be a 27.
27. Okay, cool. Takes a puff from the cigar again. You have yourself a deal.
Excellent, excellent. I'll leave you with Ultian to discuss the information that needs to be disseminated and the particulars. But now that a deal has been struck, I will leave you to it. And Snotspoop will turn around and somehow get off this roof.
Turning around, getting off the roof, Ultian. You were left with the details.
Well, I'm going to explain a drop-off point. So just so everyone in the party and everyone at home is clear, we get blueprints, we get Natu. They will simultaneously be giving information that is, we should also have that information that he's disseminating be about Natu being captured by Carla. If we get to him, you know what I mean? That is the plan, right? So we're going to not only disseminate that Carla has been doing this, but that she is behind this. Once we do that, I think because of the nature of this deal, it'll be a drop-off situation. They will leave the money for us for the blueprints. The other two things will kind of have to happen simultaneously. So that's more based on trust than anything else. So that is what I explain.
Okay. Agreements of drop-off site has come to. Basically, the building you're in is actually really perfect for that. It's no one comes around these parts anymore. So you can easily arrange that. So the money will be dropped off as soon as they get the blueprints, and that's $3 whole grand for that. And the Natu and dissemination of information, they will start disseminating the information as soon as the information is received. So they'll need that put in the Dropbox before they can start doing that. The not to stuff that is for you to organize in all your other planning is how to either zero him out or get him in a situation where you can all pounce on him. Because Schnozboot's right, you will be wanted to be part of that deal. Part of his capture, part of his killing, whatever it is. You're wanted to be there. It's part of the deal.
One last thing. If we can get Takiri out in the open, if this succeeds, call it a show of good faith, but would you help us? If needed.
Tahiri's been a bit of a pain in our side. I have no love for the man. No nor hate for him. But seeing as you're the one who's willing to actually strike a deal with me, then I might be willing. Depends on our mood at the time.
And that's good enough. Call it a deal then. As soon as your business is done, you leave my...
We'd be very glad to. Have a whole list of people to find.
All right. I'm going to walk backwards back into the shadows.
He is going to walk over to the edge and drop off. And at the same time, you will all clearly see a bunch of other gnomes and halflings starting to come out of these buildings. There are at least 30 of them around, just hidden from place to place. And for a while
like
they
those
walk.
odds.
They're just halflings, right? It only counts as 15.
Yeah, 3 to 1.
Yeah.
3 to 1.
They walk very openly at first, but then eventually start splitting off. And at the point, they've intermingled amongst themselves so much that you're not sure which one was actually Moss at any point.
Okay. I'm going to relay to everyone that job is done. That the quote-unquote Altianites can go about their business for the rest of the night, which will be trying to sneak information in where it needs to be. Because now that they have it and all that good stuff, we are going to go back and sleep, I'm guessing. Yeah. Are we all in agreement?
No.
Nope. He's just going to stay out all night.
I don't want to go to sleep.
Will be doing his best to stealth back to the hideout, and probably halfway through, if there's like a place he can pop into and change out of his clothes, out of his
Little
cloak.
disguise. Yeah.
Disguise. He will do so, just in case any of these hoodlums are following.
Okay.
Like it's a Mission Impossible movie and you're Ethan Hunt like taking a hat off and like a mask and like throwing it into a dumpster as you walk, changing your jacket around to the other side because it's a reversible. Anyway.
Well, we had a note. BT, what you doing?
Oh, I just heard sleep. I don't sleep.
No. A note for that.
None of them bamfed away.
No, they walked away. They walked away in a way to disguise which one was which, basically. They bamfed in, but not out.
I'll stick around for a longer period of time, but then head back.
Okay.
Stick into the roofs. So I'm on the roof of the hideout.
BRB.
That's all I'll be for the night.
Okay. The rest of the night is quiet and calm. We can come back to everyone in the morning time when the Ultia Knights have returned with their information for the night.
I might bamf a few times just to practice. This is
Just
fun.
from one side of the room to the other side of the room. All the hand can witness just the practicing. That is definitely not the one I want. Here we go.
So we get back and we go to sleep.
Get back and you go to sleep. Rest of the night. Get up in the morning. Gathering happens as happens for like the change of the shift, so to speak.
Snazboop will say, well, it seems as though we need information on this Natu character and where they can be found and ideally separated from anyone else. Does anyone have that information offhand?
Drasso, when you start talking about this, of the days you've been around, he looks really uncomfortable when this really starts getting talked about. And appreciate Natu's a brute just showed up a few cycles ago. Out of the blue. Something about 6 or so cycles. Was it 6? It was 6. Same time as the change of the crown in Balashtar. A little sooner, actually, but... Need to get him out in the open. I want to be part of this.
Is he the one with the 2 steel predators?
No, that's Drake.
Okay, Jesus.
Yeah. Natu is the one with the, according to the Ultia Knights, the telekinetic powers that could throw you through a building.
We have to get eyes on him. See if there's any sort of pattern to his day-to-day life. He doesn't leave the side of Takiri, but on rare
thought.
occasions.
Seemingly, this individual, unless they are like our good friend Big Tin here, has to sleep. It could be possible to, whilst sleeping, put some sort of chemical in the room to make sure that they continue sleeping while we come in, tie them up, and remove them for delivery.
Some sort of paralysis, I think. Teffy could help us out with that.
Teffy is very resourceful individual. This is well known.
I also say that one guy's name from the Ultia Knights because I don't remember his name off the top.
Shorty.
Shorty, that's the one. I also say him.
He's
Like a
definitely the one
melody.
he could aerolize whatever chemical Teffy's and actually turn it into a gas weapon. Whoa dear. Yep,
So we need to
that's
find
what we're
out
talking
where
about.
he sleeps.
Oh, we don't know where he sleeps. We don't know anything about him. To get close to him would be to getting close to Huri, and we don't have that kind of time. We'd need to resource this to people who might actually know. We don't have the time to do the recon ourselves.
We need to go speak with the pirates. Still haven't yet. We need to find out what information they know. They might have a way in. Also, I need to send word to Luz. We are out of time to meet before the end of the month.
Well, it does seem as though we now can go anywhere in the city, twiddling the little permission slip thingy. So that should make getting to Luz a fair bit easier, I imagine. But additionally, along with trying to locate the best spot to ambush Natu, we need more information on those warehouses. Ultianites do have that information. Any routes or possible entrances that could be used?
We have the routes and the entrances to get into the area. Into the 2 restricted warehouses that they're asking you to get into. We just know the route up to it and the paths of the guards going in. We also know that they are guarded inside. They're the only 2 buildings that are actually guarded inside. It will be difficult getting in. There's very little chance you will make it out without actually getting noticed.
Maybe some of us will need a distraction. All we need is the blueprints and any information on Natu and his day-to-day dealings. The entrance, how big is it?
Big enough for BT to get through. They need large shipments to go through.
It's big enough for a war machine.
It looks like at the back of the building, Shuri speaking up, there's panels on the wall. You know, it's like they're put in place as the wall, but they can be easily removed for large things that are built inside or stored inside to be removed. So yeah, I guess so. I mean, you could have some large war machines, but usually they're built on site, you know, like trebuchets and catapults and such. They're built in a place. Or like cannons, they don't need entryways that big. It's nothing that big.
We need one group, one to go in, unseen, long enough to get the blueprints and any information we can find. And then the second group will run a distraction large enough so that you all can get out.
Well, you were the ones who were hired. He did say he wants the real ulti in there. We'll run the distraction. You grab the blueprints.
Very good.
I don't like any of this. Something's off.
It's almost as if there are so many hands in play right now that I don't know which ones to focus on. We need someone to fold.
We need to apply pressure.
I'll put the bed in a way that someone caves.
Any ideas?
Well, it sounds like if you take care of this Nadu thing, McNinty's out. That would also put Tahiri on the back heel. True. Not to mention the...
One thing at a time.
I have a thought. Oh, it may not be viable. We may just do what we had planned as far as, tracking Natu and trying to, put him to sleep with chemicals, what have you. But an alternate thought. Perhaps the general could make an official arrest.
The general who's been kind of sitting there, just quietly watching the whole time. Oh, now you plan on using me, alright. An official arrest? What am I officially arresting him for?
Mobstery type things.
Grantina. That is a rich proposal. Of course, it might be possible if we do get the head of Altar here on an early basis. I might be able to convince her to condone such an arrest. I can't do so without any orders.
Well, it wouldn't need to necessarily be an arrest for keeps. Maybe an arrest for questioning a possible crime. And then once that arrest happens, it seems like they could be by themselves for enough time for us to remove them.
And we could still use the knockout gas, because I doubt he will be taken willingly.
I would need to make sure it was done non-publicly, that is true, because any arrest done in here by the officials, or they're in the pocket of Tahiri, and they wouldn't be arresting anything like that, so I would be operating against Tahiri as well, which makes it a little bit more difficult. That's why I'd want the support of the head of Altar, which you might be able to do if you meet with her first, but done unpublicly. I can see to having a private conversation with Natu, maybe.
Might it be possible to have the conversation with them bound in some way?
It could certainly be a very uncomfortable conversation, we shall say.
Good. Excellent. Any idea how long that would take to set up?
Oh, we don't have any information on where Natu really is. And we would need to let my girl do some work. Reconnaissance.
Speaking of her charmer sense, can you both give us a map out of these warehouses?
We can certainly do that.
We need all the information we can get. And who knows, maybe she might hear someone walking around, and we might be able to track them from there.
Nice little layout of the warehouses. How many people are walking around inside? Of course, we won't be able to give you an idea of what they look like or what they are, but we can give you a number that is definitely accurate. And we can see to acquiring Natu for a conversation. No promises on that last one. Only if we get the chance.
I will set up a meeting with Luce, and then speak with her about a more clandestine meeting with the General in private.
Ah, speaking of, how are you planning on getting that to her?
Any letter sent can be intercepted. And being seen going up there, it might cause complications, but maybe if we're going to the top level.
If you'd like,
Speak with the mirror, and maybe we can visit Luce.
If you would prefer, Ultian, Zara and I could perhaps take care of that for you if you think Luce would speak to us.
She might, but I need to speak with her.
Fair enough.
There are channels we can use to get in touch with her. With the right words and the right message, she would move her directions this way. Thing is, she's not here right now, and it would be a matter of getting the message to her.
Then we get a message to her. Let me think. Just 2 seconds here. Yeah, I'll write out a note of some sort for the general to get to her. Because that's who was speaking, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'll do. I will get that to him as soon as possible. It will be coded. But I'll get it to you. I'll write it out and then I'll get it to
cool.
To the
Sounds
DM.
good.
That's what I'll do.
Yeah.
Other than that, let's go over the game plan for the day, guys. Hey. Okay.
Espionage planning.
Espionage. Okay, so I am going to get that letter for the general. The general is going to go get us a layout of the facilities. What else are we doing?
Got to get the evidence to McNinty to start disseminating.
Talk to the pirates.
Yep.
Talk to the pirates. I need to go take my C4 back from that building, which I will do first thing after the.
You can do that when you drop the info for McNinty as well.
Exactly.
Good point, though.
Okay. I am going to spend the day after all of that looking for leads on not to. What does everybody else want to do?
So it seems like you're the only one that can go to wherever the pirates drop is, because no one else knows where it is.
Oh, I've definitely told you guys.
But we've never been here.
You can also get directions easily,
correct.
like a little map or something. But he is right. Like, it would be easier if Altian joined, but Schnorzbib, you can get enough information to be able to find your way there.
Cool. Then yeah, Schnorzbib will do that. Yeah, we'll take care of that.
Okay.
I'm making it my personal mission to see if today is just a lucky day and Natu is out walking around and I can find out where he sleeps. Because that'll make the general's job so much easier.
My question right now, because this is the piece I would like to know the most right now, is Altian, where are you going to try to find more information out on Nod 2? There are a few names you have, like people you can go to with information that would be able to give you this. Like I've given you a list to tell you out front. Like Anna would know something regarding this stuff, but you also know that would make it back. Yeah, that would make it back to Tahiri. You'd have to be careful on that. Frederick could, but he's not really much of a talker. Fisher definitely would give you some information. There's a risk behind that one, though, and it would be costly. Buffy might, but the name that probably would stick out the most would be Dixer.
Okay, well, that's who I'm going to first. For sure. Yeah, him first.
Would anyone like to accompany Ultian?
Only if my presence wouldn't cause a problem.
And I am in costume.
Okay.
For the daytime stuff, until I need to not be. You know what I mean?
For a visit to Dixer BT, your presence wouldn't be a problem. It would be more of a curiosity. If anything, actually, it would be more beneficial. Dixer deals with information trade. He will give you a piece of information if you give him a piece of information. And you accompanying Ultian would be a plethora of information following Ultian.
Okay.
But you would have to be willing to tell him about yourself. Truthfully, too.
Nope.
I have another way. Because I have those old tech crystals that I have not made into explosives yet.
You do. You have a couple left.
Well, I've got more. How many do I have?
It would also
see how
depend
many
on
I
what his
have.
questions really were, but
There
are certain things I'm not going to say.
Yeah.
I still have 10 left, Mary.
Good grief. Yeah, you guys did rate that very beautifully.
Thoroughly. I am going to take 2 out of my backpack because I don't want to be carrying around my backpack all day in case somebody steals from it. But I'm going to take 2 out just in case I can use those for trade. I think I can. Because they are rare. So if need be, I will take those as a backup. But BT for sure, because if his questions are lax enough, I'm sure BT will answer.
Okay. Anyone else going with Ultian? Then what is everyone else doing?
Guess I could go with Ultian.
I'm going to do the pirate drop off.
Pirate drop off? Okay.
Yeah, I feel like Teffy should
I would like to see some pirates.
See some pirates? Okay, perfect. Right.
To be clear, we're not probably going to see the pirates. We're going to do the drop off to get the information.
Teffy vastly misunderstands. She thinks she's going to go see some pirates.
Cool.
The funny thing is, the drop off of pirates is the misunderstanding. That's actually where they're staying. So when Schnorzboop and Teffy arrive at the burrow, inside are half the crew that you saw on the ship, and the captain, who very quickly looks over and sees and goes, you finally made it. But we're going to cut our scene over as we know and see Schnorzboop and Teffy walking into that place with Ulti and Big Tin and Zora walking up to one of the outer skirt regions of an alleyway. And looking over, you see these 2 tall sticks. And then you look up a bit and you see there's this grayed dwarf standing there painting the side of this wall. He doesn't look over and acknowledge you two. He just simply says, "You know the standard deal, Ultian. You give me information, I give you." You're muted still. Yeah.
I have a couple of options for that.
Take options. You're the one who's initiated. What's your first question?
Not to. I need to know when and how often he's seen in public. Where?
It's a rich request you've come with this time. I'll need something equally as rich in response. Not who's not from this continent. He's come from somewhere else. As far as I know, he's in exile. Surge blast, so my assumption would be the Eremathos or Permavolga areas. Came over on a refugee boat. Second of two. And you're not asking about the first. He sleeps on the inner inners, near the center. Just on the other side of the police location. I say police. The mercenary den. Near the den of Tahiri himself, who's only a few buildings over. He's not seen around the day because he's not active in the day. Only on rare occasions is he seen. For the most part, he's seen out at night, pulling the dirty work for Tahiri, grabbing the information and terrorizing the people that he needs.
I am going to well, first, this is what I'm going to say.
My first bit of information is anything Big Ten here would be willing to discuss with you. And if that is not enough, perhaps these will do.
And I'm going to pull out one of the Gene Lab crystals.
His eyes, while he's painting this wall, glance over, then glance back at the wall. Then I'll leave it to Big Tin to fill in the rest.
Thank you again, Big Tin. If you'd please.
Please, what? Paint the wall?
I just cross my arms and I just wait. I'm gonna start asking questions.
He's referring to you as a name. Why?
Because from everything that I've been able to tell and what has been said about me, I am sentient.
And what about you makes you different from the rest?
My construction was not the same.
You don't carry the glint of a normal metal. What are you made from?
I do not know what it is called. So far, I have not seen much of anything that's made like me.
So then you are a relic of old?
Very.
For your payment, that will do. He reaches down and grabs the crystal from your hand, very delicately. He puts it in his satchel and his very pocketed vest.
Then I knock over the ladder and we move on. No.
He's on stilts.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I think you're muted, Ethan.
I'm just quickly looking through information real quick to see if there's anything else.
This is Dixer. And Dixer, you know, is an honest source of information. He does not play favorites to anyone. Tahiri comes to him for information. So he's a genuine well of information here. Like, he trades stories back and forth. The thing is, you have to meet his cost.
I'm okay so far.
I'm going to motion for Zara and Big Tim to leave for a second. And once they get around the corner, I'm going to do something.
You actually want me to leave out of line of sight?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, out of... just away is pretty much all I'm doing.
Distance. Meters. How far away?
Once you're around the corner, anyway.
Then that's out of sight again. Okay.
Yeah, it'll be out of sight. Out of sight on this one.
Hey, I know this isn't how it normally works, but perhaps a payment of information to keep this little bit of information, this interaction, a secret. Does that seem fair?
You've been gone for a while, so I'll forgive it. All interactions are always private. You can't even pay me for information for the conversations I have with Tahiri.
I needed to make sure. Because what's going to happen is going to be big.
What's going to happen doesn't have anything to do with me as long as you make sure I stay out of it.
Always.
And everyone else has the same agreement as well. I serve all people, Altian, not one. But I do not tell people what questions are asked. People may realize and know you came to talk to me, but they will never know what you came to talk about.
Take care of yourself and keep your head down.
Careful, Altian. There's more playing in hand here than you realize. Whatever's happening, it's coming to a close soon. And even I don't like the looks of it.
I'm just gonna look down for a moment and contemplate that. And then I'm just gonna look up at him, not looking back at me, and I'm just gonna nod. And then join the other two.
Dixer, the neutral NPC.
Neutral. Party time. All right.
Covering that.
I've gotten a C4, all that good stuff.
Yeah.
Cut
Everything's-
back to the other.
Everything's done. Cutting back over to Taffy and Schnozboop inside your lovely little burrow that you've walked into. There are cheers, there are jeers, there is a lot of noise and excitement and happiness coming inside this place. Clearly some people have been celebrating all night long. And when you come in, that half-orc captain who took command of that ship notices you and says, "Ah, there you are. Took your time. Get over here."
Captain Wedge. It's been a long time.
It's definitely been a moment, hasn't it?
Snowsoup will go over and sit down next to the captain and said, I was told you may have something for me.
Few pieces of knowledge we've gathered while you've been doing whatever it is you've been doing.
Making friends, of course.
Good job. Our ship's up in full repair now. There's parts that we spared and scavenged from the other. They did us well. Altogether, the crew that remained were happy. Few deserters, but we took care of them. The rest of them are quite delighted. For what we learned, the den that we're in, it's paid off by Altar.
Wait, I don't understand what was just said.
All right, you're from what's it place you don't speak Grantinin as well as we do. The place we put our ship, skiff. That anchor is run by Altar. It used to be free. No one paid them off. It's changed ever since, but they still let us in.
Okay.
Bit of a question that we're looking into, but I thought you might be interested in it. If you're docking
Thank
next
you.
to us, the likelihood that Altar knows. That's an interesting design, so be careful. Other things around here, there's a group that's running around. They're calling them the Mawsons. They're not causing any major problems, but they're disrupting the activities of the Tahiri and his crew. Minor disruptions. From what we've gathered, it took a moment for us to get this. All of it centered around Natu, his activities. Where he goes, they disrupt. Don't know about the relation on that, but you're looking for information, so we gathered.
I appreciate that.
Let's see, we haven't been able to get to tier 2. It's far too well guarded. It used to be a lot less. There were a couple of secret passages, but they're all gone now. They've been covered up.
Very good.
There's a lot of pressure going on here. It feels like something feels wrong, Schnozboop. Now, this is coming from me. I deal with a lot of uncomfortable situations. But this... It's almost like the air feels like it's about to pop. Like something's about to blow.
I see. The good note. I appreciate that, Captain Wedge. Anything on
the fake old tin, anything of that sort?
They operate here and there. I have to agree they're a fake Oltian. The other one at first was appearing the same shape and size, and it's been changing recently. It either means that they've gone through a complete change of personality, or... I mean, it's reasonable. People go through that. Tragic events happens in their life and they change.
Very astute of you, Captain.
I've seen it in my life. Example of what you see.
Very good. I appreciate that. Along with the gathering that you and your fine crew have done thus far, if you happen to find additional information on what the Mossens are disrupting or anything along that thread, that would be especially appreciated in our quest.
We'll make that our priority.
Very good, very good. Well, I do hope you have a wonderful evening. Snopsoup will flip him a gold coin around on me. I don't know if that's actually around.
It's about. It almost covers all of it.
Okay. Then we'll do that. And then Snopsoup will start to leave and then turn to Teffy and say, Teffy, any other thoughts before we exit?
Many thoughts, as always, but few of them related. Always
Best
pleasure,
keep to the
Captain.
related ones.
Teffy, word of advice, if I can, to the two of you. Just don't. There's not much we know about the mayor here. The men here, they don't understand or they don't trust him. He's not in the pocket of any of the companies, so it gives me an idea of... everyone here is here for an agenda, that's all I'm trying to say. We don't know what his is.
Snozwoop will pat him up as high as Snozwoop can reach. Thank you so much for that. I do appreciate it.
It's like
Captain.
up to his weenus on his shoulder.
Yeah. We'll be careful as always.
Elbow. This skin's called the weenus.
Weenus.
Yeah, this
You
is the
say
weenus.
you've been to medical school, but then you also say shit like the weenus.
That's
the
why I've
weenus
been-
is real.
This is
Look at
real. This is a genuine thing. That's actually the medical term of this area of your elbow. The weenus.
Or weeneye.
The weeneye, so I have an excuse.
So at that point,
Weenus.
we'll exit and go back to the hideout.
Heading off back to the hideout. While you're wandering off, Schnorzboop and Taffy, and Big Tin, Ortian, and Zora individually, at the point where you're heading back, all of you will realize that you are being followed.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Snozwoop's not going to let that happen. No way.
No way, but Big Tin, something you will realize is one of the people that's following your particular group, you saw him in that circle of people who circled around you when Drick came up. You know the people who are following you. It's very clearly Drick's men. But we're gonna leave that for a problem for next week. Because it's
Nice.
quitting time.
It's quitting time.
It's quitting time.
Closing time.
Closing time.
It's all in unison. Slide down that Brachiosaurus tail and go home.
Like in the Flintstones.
Good Flintstones reference. We are going to leave them on that wonderful little mix of them being followed while they're heading back to their hideout. Because someone did a really good thing of making things obvious and making things pointed out, but also attracted enough attention to have the group followed whenever they're spotted. Because Drick doesn't trust nobody.
Thanks, BT.
A lot of good and a lot of bad came from that. I think more good, though. Ultimately. We'll see, though. Anyway, for now, though, thank you, everyone, for being here. We love you very much, and hope you had a hoot. We'll see you next Sunday.
Stick around for the raid.
Bye.
Bye.
May have closed for now. We hope you met a friend this go around. Tired and blurry you may be. We hope your minds are full from this revelry. Peace.